Good morning or good evening, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Thank you all so much for being here. Let me get one thing ready. I'm kind of screwing up. Guys, thank you for the hype train. Appreciate you guys. Been a little while since I've streamed from this space, so things are a little bit off, but that's okay. I like streaming from the office. Thank you all so much for being here. How's everyone doing today? DJ John Mary, thank you for being here. Good to see you, buddy. Llama, thank you for being here. Jay Gamble, what's up? Not much, just drinking coffee. I've been playing Little Skylines. I have been recording the next Magnolia County, and I'm gonna tell you guys. This is the most complicated rail episode I've ever put together. Inspiration from Switzerland, inspiration from California, custom buildings, Kaigon's custom rail assets. It's a big one. It's this. I like to keep my videos to like 35 to 45 minutes if I can. If I get this one to an hour, I'm gonna be happy. It's gonna be a long one. There's just gonna be a lot happening just the entire time. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. Looks like a Halloween Gothic office, but you like it? Because I'm not done. I was gone. So, I have a lot of stuff that I need to order, and I'm feeling like I should have done that sooner. But now it'll be what it is. Dream Aesthetic, thank you so much for the Raiders. Raiders, welcome in. We're just starting up the stream. We're going to be playing Cities Skylines soon. As Switzerland was mentioned, there's going to be Brunio, Switzerland is going to have a little cameo. The spiral. It's going to be fun. North American one-way highways are still wrong. I don't know what that means. Chicken. Curtis, thank you for being here. Last Go to Beach episode was great. Llama, thank you. Listen, I know I'm in that Gothic office where I only have one light, just the one right here, then the light behind me. I feel like I can create so many better things in here. I feel at peace. I feel like I can concentrate. I feel like I can take a deep breath and I can get away from home. I feel like I've got good food surrounding me. I got a Cuban yesterday that just like rocked my world. This feels good. You like the long videos? I like to hear that because it's gonna be one of the longer ones, and there's nothing I can do about it short of redoing it. And I think that the build is so good, I've got to keep it. So yeah, I'm hoping early access for anyone who has, Prime or whatever, YouTube members. That'll come tomorrow, I'm guessing, and then Sunday for everybody. But Raiders, welcome in. Raiders, welcome in. Komrowski, thank you so much for 14 months. Jeeves the Dinosaur, thank you for the biddies. Dragum, thank you so much for 8 months of Tier 1. Bye Bean, thank you so much for 5 months. Ella Danner, thank you so much for the 2 months. Words need 7, thank you so much for that for the 5 months. Guys, yes, you're Gothic King. I do my best. The Milwaukee Bucks Gothic King aesthetic. Yeah, a good Cuban does slap. And the funny thing is, it was way smaller than I thought it was gonna be, and it was just right. It was exactly what I needed. Sean, over on YouTube, thank you for the super chat. That's super generous of you. Appreciate you, Phil. The educational ASMR you need during a long week. Thanks for doing what I do. Listen, guys, I am lucky, super lucky to be able to do what I do. I have an absolutely excellent job. Like, if you want to call this a job. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you guys for everything. Really, really appreciate it. It's a privilege. So just a quick thing. Here's what we're gonna be doing today. We're back in New Dresden. It's been a hot minute, but a couple of things have happened since then. First of all, a lot of the European content creator packs, maybe all of them, have been updated so that they're all working. So now the UK pack works. There have been revisions and changes to the German pack, the French pack, the Eastern European pack, and then the other 4 are going to be fixed soon, I believe. Maybe we should double check that. I don't want to speak out of turn. Hold on. I know of a place that I can't show you where I know that it's right. So it's French, German, UK, and Japan. Oh, that means that fence popping issue is done. Hold on. Neu Dresden 5-star. I've got to do one thing. Whoops. I've got to do one thing. I want to know, where's our landfill here? Well, we still have these props in the landfill, and it makes me wonder if they're going to go away. It's supposed to be fixed. Let's see. No, I guess everyone's throwing their fences away after, all of the issues. TDW to the rescue. Man, I don't know what the Skylines community would do without TDW. Just like constantly coming in with like just clutch mods. Just super sick. No cam. You guys don't want to see me anyway. I know the problem. I got my new graphics card and I need to install a different driver, otherwise I disappear. So this is basically the 40 series graphics card making me disappear. So I'll get that fixed today. I guess we'll just do it like this, old school. Where am I? I'm in my office, and I'm not showing my face apparently if I had that scene on. So for what I do with the fake green screen, I have to have a specific driver installed in OBS. And I had the 4060 in the streaming PC, and that didn't work. That's why we were melting down every single stream. So I got a new graphics card. I paid way too much for it. It took me a long time to find one. But yeah, now I need to upgrade that driver. So next time. I'm really good at this game. Have I considered becoming a city planner? Oh, I've thought about it, but I just don't know if I could do the job. So, sometimes you've got to let your dreams be dreams. Off topic, but is there a way to reroute mod file installation files and region packs away from the default C drive? Yes, I think you could use Skype for that. I think you can use Skype for that, but don't quote me on that. I've never done it. I move my game install to a separate drive, but I have not moved my mods. Good thing that I bought it before the tariffs. Oh, you are so wrong. I got to buy 2 new graphics cards and I paid an extra $200 each for them. It was lovely. I guess good thing I bought my graphics card before the second round of tariffs. I definitely got hit in the first one. And pain. We'll just keep doing this, I guess. I could change my name to City Player Plans. That's a good idea. That's a solid idea. You moved your game install files to your hard drive? Yeah, I moved mine to a separate M.2. So that's smart. Am I winning? If you mean the tariffs, there's so much winning I can hardly take it. I think that we could win a little bit less now, and I'd be super happy about that. But what am I gonna do besides just accept it, pay them, and suffer? So that's what we can all do. GPU part prices are just in general, like you're saying, like out of hand. I don't know why GPUs have become a luxury item. I don't think that they should be. AMD seemed to have it right, but they made 10 times the number of graphics cards, and they still sold out immediately because there's been generations of price gouging and just like underproduction of cards. So, I needed it to be able to have this stream. So I obviously was going to pay what it takes to get it without paying a scalper. I'm like, that was the line in the sand. I was like, I'm not going to go on eBay or StockX or any of these scalper websites and support their cause. I will just suffer with the 4060 until I can. And thankfully, if I'm going to be extorted, I'm going to be extorted by Best Buy. I paid for Total Tech, and Total Tech lets you return things forever. Like, you basically have half a year to return anything. And so I looked. I was about to sell the 4060, and I could still return it. So I went and I picked up the 5080, and I brought the 4060 in and just returned it. And they were totally cool with that, which is crazy to me, but okay, whatever. I guess Best Buy is going to eat it, not me. Crypto miners need GPUs. I don't think they're doing it anymore. It's all AI stuff, man. It's all AI stuff. Yeah, Total Tech is killer if you use it, and I will tell you that I have used it. Like, speaking of the tariffs, I've had the same TV now for 12-ish years, and it was just not in a great spot. So before the tariffs went, I got the TV, and that's when I got the Total Tech. And it's just like, it's a killer deal if you're going to use it. You save money. Even for Switch 2, if you have Total Tech and you plan on getting a Switch 2, I want to say that you get $20 back for every 100 you spend on Nintendo. So it ends up paying for itself. So yeah. You can't mine in the 50 series? No, but they're talking about the... First of all, like, do people really use GPUs for crypto mining anymore? Or is that just like in the past? I don't know. This is all for fake cat pictures. Indeed, all the AI stuff. And now they're advertising that on the 50 series cards. We'll get back to chatting. But wait. Komrowski. Nintendo postponed US pre-orders of the Switch 2? Is that like are you being serious? I mean, I'm not surprised that they did. It's still super sad. I've got a lot of thoughts about the Switch 2, and I want to share them with you guys and see and get your opinion, but I want to look real quick. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's kind of the state of things right now. Poplar, I hope you play Mario Kart for me. You know, I'm one of the few. I actually don't have a problem with Nintendo raising their prices for games because they always deliver a completed game. It's always in a good state. They never release a game that's not in a good spot. My problem is that everyone else is going to raise their prices to compensate. But now I have a problem that I can't even play the game. That's super sad. I'm not surprised. This is tariffs. I mean, they're corrosive. You can't pre-order anyway. The requirements are pretty steep. They are. I've had a Switch forever, so I think it seemed like it worked for me. Mine doesn't work. How about I just say I'm in Canada, Poplar, and just give it to you? Bootleg run to Canada for Switch 2? I might have to. Canada's not that far. Where's that? Thunder Bay, maybe? I can make it to Thunder Bay. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah. Thunder Bay's a little far. Yeah, I'll go to Sault Ste. Marie and just cross over. No, Atlanta. I've been thinking a lot about the tariffs. They are a big reason why we had the Great Depression, and it seems like I'm gonna wax poetic about history for a little while, but there's been people don't like history. They don't want to hear about it. And the consequence of not basically being intellectually disinterested in learning about the past is that you repeat it. And it seems like we are currently looking at the 1930s as like a blueprint for like what the world should be like. And I don't really understand it. It was a terrible time for literally everyone in the world. And we came out of it after getting into a gigantic war, which makes like, that's not like a blueprint for success. I hope that we come to our senses and not decide not to do this, but it seems like we're going to do this. And that means that we're all going to unfortunately suffer the consequences because the world is very intertwined and it's not easily unintertwined. And I don't know that it shouldn't be, but that it should be. So yeah. Tariffs will almost ruin the US. I think it's going to have a significant impact on the global economy in a way that like is going to be unfathomable. Listen, as a millennial, as an elder millennial, for anyone who's younger than me, you didn't really get to experience the horrors of the Great Recession. I moved to California a week before it happened, and okay, I'm gonna plant trees while I'm telling this story. I moved to California a week before everything melted down, and as I was moving into my place on White Oak Avenue, or just off White Oak, I got to go and I went to the gas station and I saw a bank meltdown. So the entire bank. Hold on, this song doesn't fit the vibe. There were people lined up outside of the bank. They were losing their life savings. People were losing their homes. Things got really dark really quickly, and it lasted for a long time. I hope that we don't go back there, but I will tell you, after experiencing that, like, it has made me like, there are certain things that are just like, you see patterns, and history repeats itself and it rhymes, and we're heading back towards some of those patterns. And I don't really know what to say besides buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Like it's going to be a bumpy ride. So all we can do is try to, be happy with some of the other things, like companionship, like we have here today. I don't know. It was a mess, and it's going to be a mess. I don't know how people don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Super frustrating. And for anyone in Europe, I'm sorry that we're doing this. I don't really know what to say besides that. There's also more of you than us, so you guys are going to punish us. Companionship doesn't pay your rent. I feel like that you're trying to get me into some trouble. We're going to keep this nice and PC. Yeah, Vainglorious, exactly. All we can do is keep playing CS2 and not worry about it too much. Exactly. And the nice thing is, if you're one of the people who has not wanted to play CS2 for a while because things weren't in a great place, it's in a much better place now. And it seems like they are straight up laser focused on getting the game in a very good spot. And I've found myself playing the game for the fun of it more lately than ever before. Just like, I said this in the last night stream. I played ahead in Segunda Beach to like a ridiculous extent. I ended up building out basically a downtown center, and I built the Golden Gate Bridge in one spot, and I just like built a subway system. I just like had a lot of fun building a bunch of wild stuff. And, there was a challenge associated with it that wasn't there before. Just a lot of fun. And I feel like that's where the game is at now. So if you own it already and have not been playing it, I would highly recommend giving it another shot. You might enjoy it more. Well, so I was just experimenting. I don't really know. I know a couple of things. But I've decided to just kind of roll with the punches a little bit more with Segunda Beach and not have it be super planned out, 50 episodes in advance, which is what I did and have been doing for Magnolia County. I've got a much clearer idea of where I'm going. Segunda Beach, there's one idea that I have, and that idea is this is going to be a massive city. It's going to be massive, and we're going to take lots of risks and chances. It's going to be fun. If I want to build Dresden, it has to be uglier. Dresden looked beautiful to me. It's all new. So, you love my last Segunda Beach video? I had so much fun putting that together. So the other thing about that, the last Segunda Beach video was interesting in that I put together 70% of it before I left to go to Georgia, and then I just had to think about it for a week. And I got back and I changed some things because I was like, I had a week to think about what I was doing. And I was like, all right, well, I screwed a couple things up. Time to go back to the drawing board. But I was also thinking about this next Magnolia County, and I wasn't supposed to put together a Magnolia County next, but I just had to. This one's it's so good. It's gonna be so good. I just really enjoyed this one. With the game being more fun for me now, I feel a lot of inspiration to just build cool stuff, if that makes any sense. You hardly see any builds with creative pedestrian walkways to help clear the streets, as in one huge walkway. It's an interesting thought. I feel like I haven't been doing as much of that since we don't have bikes, but I probably should. I should be using more pedestrian walkways in creative ways. I'll think about that. I think that there are certainly things I could do. You love Segunda Beach series? It takes you back to the good old days of Verde Beach. That was the whole goal. I feel like we're getting back there. It took a little while. There were some bumps in the road. This was the first Segunda Beach that didn't tank. Like most of the time, like just haven't been doing all that well. But this one, I feel like it finally hit right. It felt good while I was building it. I was happy with the result at the end. Seemed like you guys all liked it. So I feel like it's hitting its stride, which is good because I think that Segunda Beach is going to be a better build than Magnolia County. There is a typo in the video title. To what? The stream? What did I do wrong? I'm terrible at spelling. Or in Segunda Beach. You want actual pedestrian paths that vehicles don't take? Won't work. Are the devs planning to add bikes to the game? I'm not. Yeah, I just don't know when it's going to be. It looks really nice, more dense. At first you were against it, but it turned out well. Do you know why? You know why I added it in, right? It was a mixture of all the feedback. And then I talked to some creators who worked on the pack, and they said it was meant to be able to just like zone in these big blocks and the different depths, depending on how big you make the blocks. It's the same asset. So they're just supposed to fit nicely in there. I was screwing up by doing all the varying. Didn't make any sense. If the bike DLC is $49, first of all, if it's a DLC and not in just a base game add-on, I specifically said this to them. Bikes are a mode of transportation. Like we just need to be able to have it. You know, like like that's why people are outraged by it. It's not that it's that it's a form of transportation. You got to treat it like a form of transportation and not just an afterthought add-on. It's not like monorails. No offense to monorail fans. It's not like monorails. It's different. Paradise Bay expansion next. I gotta tell you, I have a mare character that's been done for Paradise Bay for like months, to the point that I forgot what he looks like almost. And I was supposed to introduce him. We were supposed to have an election. And then I got so sidetracked with all this other stuff. Yeah, I don't know when we'll get back there. But Paradise Bay is supposed to be the big city. And now we just keep adding things to Bend. So yeah. Remember that US DOT is defunding bike lanes? I got real mixed emotions about bike lanes. I I'm gonna do one thing real quick though. Let me talk about. I'm gonna talk about bike lanes because I've been ranting about this a lot lately. But I want to tell you guys what I did off camera. I feel like I should have done that a while ago, and then what I'm gonna do while I'm ranting about bike lanes. So basically, I created a new road. We created one in the last stream a long time ago, which was this one right here. This is supposed to be a collector road, or I've turned it into one. I've taken the speed and I've increased it to 30 kilometers per hour, or 40. I don't know why this one's 30. I increased it to 40, and then I've taken these other roads and I basically took an alley and added a 2-meter wide sidewalk. This one's supposed to be 20 kilometers per hour. I'm not sure why it says 30. I'm confused. Either way, that was the goal, was to make really slow speed motorized streets without parking. And if we're gonna have parking, we're gonna have one of these collectors that has one-sided parking, and really focus the traffic on those roads, and then have a lot of off-street parking, which is why in this instance, for instance, I added this parking lot here. This is something I did off camera. So I also decided to add a whole bunch of landscaping through here, add a park at this bulb, and then a path network through here to get people walking around. Not a lot, just a bit of landscaping and detailing. And I think from here on out, before the streams begin, I'm going to take like an hour, maybe at 2, and just clean things up, because I have a guppy brain. And when I get on stream and I start talking, I don't do anything, and I do things that are dumb. So between the two of those things, I think it's important to keep the build moving. I need to do some things off camera. I also just like aligned buildings and tried to make things look a little bit nicer. So yeah. Yeah, the Eastern European pack, I added some of those in as well. We got some of those assets right here. So yeah, the guppy brain is a problem. It's like it's an issue. Anyway, bike lanes. Bike lanes are both good and bad. I want you to understand that when you have a bike lane, so let's say we have a bike lane right here. Well, we probably have to have a parking lane. So hold on, let's go through this thought process. Here is a road that could have a bike lane. We would remove this parking right here, but right now, this parking, if you're a motor vehicle driver, would make you feel like you're constrained. So as a result, you're going to drive slower. But if we remove all of this parking, and then we just draw a stripe here, I don't even know if I don't have the net lanes installed, unfortunately. But let's say we were just to do that. Do I have the colored? Oh my goodness, I'm missing so many of my favorite mods. Okay, so let's say we have this terrible color. Ignore the color. And I get rid of this. Well, now it feels like there's a sea of pavement and I can go even faster here. So I think that, is it great that the US DOT is saying no bike lanes? No, but I do think that as a planning profession, we need to reconsider bike lanes. And I know that that's going to probably a very controversial take, but I feel like one of two things needs to happen. You narrow the road, you get the road to be narrow enough that it makes a vehicle uncomfortable, and then you say that bikes can go in there, or you add an off-street facility that is actually separated and gives the bikers more protection. I personally think that the way that we've been doing this, you actually end up with stuff like that happening. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But most bike lanes should be off-street, protected bike lanes. So protected bike lanes are helpful. That is helpful. Problem is, I have protected bike lanes not too far from where I live, and they're only as protected as people actually stay away from the barriers. So it depends. Are they permanent? If it's a permanent protection and you actually have like a median or something like that, then it's been great. Where I live, they will often say, we're going to put up temporary protection. So it'll be protected whenever there's no snow on the ground. And there's the potential for snow right now, so we better take it down. And now it's only partially protected, and that's not good. Oh yeah, learn from the Netherlands is the right approach for bikes. I mean, I went to many EU planning webinars where planners from the Netherlands were presenters, and this basically exactly what they're saying: woonerfs and bike lanes that are separated, making it a legitimized form of transportation. And so that's my problem is the bike lanes. Bike lanes are often used when you remove capacity. You're like, all right, well, I don't want this to be a 4-lane road. We don't need all this capacity here. So what we're actually going to do is just say that this outer lane is now a bike lane, but that it's 8 to 10 feet wide. So we have to have a protected bike lane. We'll just add an extra stripe. So we'll have a 3-foot stripe, and then we'll have 5 feet of bike lane, and then we'll have parking. And to get to parking, you got to go through the bike lane. And one of the things I've talked about, as a planner, is all right, well, move the parking to right here and let the bikes go on the inside. That's a little bit better. But even that, then it freaks people out. It's weird, I don't know. I feel like the concept of bike lanes is a good one. Making sure that you have a bike facility is a good thing, but that's the cheapest, least effective way of doing it. It's not the safest. I don't think it's a good way of handling it. Bigger sidewalks with bike lanes parallel. I don't know if it's going to be on here. We just did this in Madison, and I remember so many people being so freaked out. So Atwood Avenue, you can kind of see it's under construction right here. So this is a street that the last time it was reconstructed was 1910, I believe. So thick layers of pavement. They just kept going over the top of it, raising it up multiple inches. Anyway, 4 lanes were here forever, and people just thought that that's what we needed. But the plan that was developed basically takes this and gives you 2 lanes heading into town and 1 heading out. And then you get a completely protected bike lane. You can see it right here. This is a multi-use path on the side. The unfortunate thing here is that it switches sides of the road. So this was always meant to stay on this side. And there were conversations with the neighboring community. Because basically, this changes. This is a different community right here on this side of the road. So that this ends up switching sides of the road to stay in Madison. But still, very effective way of doing it. Gives a much safer option. Completely separated facility. So this extends to the other side of the road. That's why it's been all completely redone over there. That, in my opinion, is the right way of doing that. I don't if you give me the option of having this or a bike lane in the road, I take this every single time. And not just that, but the view right here. You can't see, but here's the 4 lanes. It was a sidewalk before. You're right by the water, so you get a downtown view without any obstructions because there are no driveways. It's just a big park, and you get a view of the downtown right here. Absolutely phenomenal facility. So yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the right way of doing it. I'm not gonna cry about bike lanes having issues. I think we've been using them as a crutch, and I think that a lot of times when you don't have the money to spend to do it right, you throw a bike lane in, and then you say, "Look it, I'm an excellent bike-friendly city," and no, you're not. You've designated spaces that motorcyclists will sometimes drive in. It's messy. It's not good. Why are the borders so weird? Is it political? That's an interesting question. Borders are weird for a variety of reasons. I mean, this one isn't weird if you think about it. This road right here is called Monona Drive. It switches from Atwood to Monona Drive. Monona is the other community. So this right here is Madison. This is Monona. There are a couple of spots where, Monona has their high school on this side where they needed to acquire property. You request annexation into a city. So when this was a farm field, if you owned this field right here and you wanted to urbanize this, you'd have to request annexation into a city. So if you were on this side, they probably had a border agreement with Madison, and they said anything that's north of Monona Drive goes to Madison. Anything that's south of this goes to Monona. And when Monona built their high school, they said, but this one parcel we'll take. So this all comes down to like utility agreements and, power and a whole bunch of stuff like that. That's how these get broken out. Then the interesting thing is the school districts don't follow this. They do their own thing. So, but in this particular instance, that's probably what happened here. Now that gets messy when you have a road like this. Generally, though, not a big deal because this road is a state facility. So the communities would talk about what they want in cooperation. They'd have a joint meeting through the regional planning body that I was a planner for a while, and then come up with an agreement for what this would look like, and the state would build it. The problem is the state of Wisconsin is not at all interested in bike and ped facilities. That was a very similar to what happened at the federal level right now. At the state level 10 years ago, the folks that were in power basically just said, you can't use eminent domain to condemn for bike and ped facilities. So if you wanted to add a sidewalk, you just can't do that now unless you already have the right of way. And so that makes it difficult to add them in some locations, and they're not interested in building them. So the communities have to get together to do stuff like this. And if one of the communities says, we don't want that, and for Monona's sake, just to provide clarity, they're not the devil because they didn't want this. Generally with multi-use paths, a city is going to be required to maintain that. Whereas a sidewalk, that's going to be the responsibility of the property owner. So you can imagine if you accept miles of new multi-use path, you have to have specialized plowing equipment. You might not have it. You might have to have another staffer, and that's a liability risk if you're not shoveling it. So there's lots of layers. Like I wish that they would have done it. I understand why they didn't. Madison has this equipment. They have the staff. They have the desire, the political mandate to go and do it. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why. Build bike lanes. I thought I was clear about my feeling, just like I was clear about how we don't need power here. A lot of high traffic parts of Monona don't even have sidewalks. Yeah, Monona's sidewalk situation's a mess. I'm not going to defend their sidewalk situation. Their sidewalk situation is madness. It's the reason why just hold on one second. I've got to build a recycling center because we cannot handle garbage. And that's why we have a power station overload. So I'm going to build the recycling center while we're chatting. Monona is the city that I was just talking about south of Madison. Basically, Monona, is it even south? Hold on. North and south of Madison. It's a suburb. Basically, no, it's west and east of Madison. So this right here, this little appendage, this is Monona. This is Lake Monona, and it's named after the lake. The whole community it's a suburb, so it's designed like a suburb. And as a result, no matter what street you go on, there was a pretty high likelihood that it looks like this, which I think is just unexcusable. Like, you shouldn't have this sign that says, watch out for kids. The kids are playing in the road. That's why you have to watch out for kids, because there are no sidewalks. Your kid can't walk to school. It's insane. They're also the place that you go through some of these neighborhoods and it's people complaining about sidewalks. They don't want sidewalks. They don't want transit. So it's frustrating. But the politicians, elected officials, and a lot of the residents there seem to want to move into a more urban mindset. So I like the community. It's a nice little community. Yeah, it is insanity. Absolute insanity. Why don't they want sidewalks or transit? Because it costs money. Like Monona's gotten expensive. And I think that for some people, it's a zero-sum thing. They'd rather invest in the schools than in sidewalks. They'd rather invest in their parks than transit, or they'd rather have a tax cut than invest in infrastructure that they don't think they will personally use. And I think that's the wrong way of looking at it. Like, I think that people should be thinking more about like these infrastructure investments. They're important not just for you personally, but like as a community. I think that you need to be willing to invest in your neighbors. I've never understood that mindset. Like, if I'm not going to use it, it's not worthwhile. Like it's a real short-sighted way of looking at the world. Transit brings the wrong type of urban people. Yeah, the number of times that I've been in meetings, I'm taking out a loan, by the way, for our recycling center because I don't have any money. The number of times, I tell you what, most frustrating public meeting I was ever in. I got heated. I don't often get heated at public meetings. But someone brought up that very argument. You know, it was, did I just build? I built a second landfill. My goodness. Someone brought up that very argument. They're like, you never know what kind of people are going to be taking the public transit. And I was just like, I know what you're saying. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by what you're saying. And I ended up saying, like, well, what are they going to do? So this is the bus service I was introducing was an hour. It ran during the AM and PM peak periods. It was a commuter bus. So I said, there are 4 buses in the morning and 4 in the evening. And it was the first transit that this community was ever going to see outside of a shared ride taxi. So I said, listen, so someone takes the 9 a.m. bus and now they're trapped in the community until like 2:30 in the afternoon. So what are they going to do? Are they going to go and take the TV off from your wall and then walk it back to Madison? Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to steal your jewelry? Like, you think that they're going to take public transit and then go wait at the bus stop? Like, come on. Like, let's get real here for just a quick second. Like, if someone's going to rob your house, they've got better ways to do it. They're not going to take public transit. That's the dumbest argument. Like, and that was the one time that I just kind of was like, you know what? I've had enough. There's sometimes the arguments just get so dumb that I just can't. And that was one of them. Like, not only that, like, as a brown person, I got the feeling that it was a brown person thing too, which is the other thing that you're going to hear. And I just was like, you know what? Am I going to break into your home? I'm not going to, because I don't want your stuff. I don't want your jewelry. I don't want your TV. And I don't think that they do either. Everyone just wants to like live and let live. And this is to allow your neighbors that want to take public transit or have to take public transit for whatever reason, the ability to get to a job. And this suburb had no jobs. So to be able to get to a job is important. I don't know. I am a brown person. I know, it's surprising. So anyway, there were 800 people, or maybe 700 or 800 people that showed up at elementary school to yell at me about that. The mayor stood up there with me, just an absolute gentleman, and we just took our licks. It sucked. It was not fun. There's garbage here. It's killing the city. I don't know when this is going to be fixed, guys. Go, for the love of God. This is not going to be fixed until the garbage gets picked up. We're going to see if the city makes it. I will find ways to fix this. There was supposed to be a tram under your home, but a lot of people came out against it because they didn't want the street to become a construction site for a couple of years. I get that one a little bit more. I get it. still, it's short-sighted, but I get it a little bit more. It's a long time, to deal with construction and noise. Like the office next to me, there's going to be someone new moving into it, and they requested some construction. I can't be here while that's happening. I just can't. So I get it. Yeah. Burn the trash is what I wanted to do, but the operational costs are so much higher. I couldn't do it. Komrowski. Most people are short-sighted? I wouldn't say that. I think what I've realized in my time is that for the most part, most people are disinterested. They're not short-sighted, they're disinterested. Am I not selling power already? We'll look at the budget real quick. Most people are disinterested. And as a result, yeah, we're exporting our electricity. We're not exporting our water. They just won't say anything. They just won't say anything because they don't care. So that's the problem. I mean, that's the real meat and potatoes of it. Like, the people who are most vocal are the people who are the most aggrieved in many of those cases. And sometimes they don't even know why they're upset. But ultimately, it's their community too, so they're allowed to be upset, and they're allowed to have feelings. They just can't have feelings that are based on, racism or things like that. Like, if you're gonna have feelings based on having concerns about construction occurring for a long period of time, like, that's totally legit. Having concerns, like, there was one instance I remember where people were like, this lady's being racist. She wasn't actually because she didn't want a bus stop in front of her house. She wasn't being racist. The bus had been idling in front of her house, and it was loud. It was shaking her house. It was a diesel bus. I wouldn't want the diesel bus idling in front of my house either. So I think that you got to give people the benefit of the doubt too. I don't know. If you don't mind and have a few seconds, can I go through how I use the terrain tools? You watched one of my videos about 2 years ago for City Planner 1. But you forgot what it was. The terrain tools are just lovely in this game. But I think that, first of all, if you're going to use anarchy at all, you don't really need to think about the terrain tools a lot right now. For instance, let's say I want to make an interchange right here. That's something that we could do. I'll upgrade this. And then I'm going to use the force to ground to completely fix all of my terrain challenges. So I don't know. That'd be my first question to you is, are you a modded player or not? Because if you are not a modded player, it's much more challenging. I put out a Ultimate Beginner's Guide video kind of going over it. And that would be the best advice I would give you, is to take a look at that video. Otherwise, it can be harder. You unfortunately have parents with opposing views as yours. I mean, that's pretty normal. I've been thinking a lot about that with my kids. Like, how are we going to be different as people? And I think what I would hope to instill in them is the ability to disagree with me. More than anything else, I think that is the ability to be a free thinker. I think it's fine that your parents don't agree with you and that you don't agree with them. My concern about my current builds might break when there's an asset editor released. No. I'll tell you why. I have been very judicious with my use of assets, and I've encouraged everyone else to also be very judicious with their use of assets. I've used mostly decals, The only assets that I have used routinely are Tygon's rail assets. And I speak with Tygon quite a bit. I know that Tygon's committed to figuring it out. From my understanding, it's really all going to be a serialization thing. And with the way that the game handles assets, you're going to get rectangles and stuff like that. So my bigger concern is that, like, if the assets don't get updated quickly, I'm going to have to replace them, like just this point blank. But no, I'm not overly concerned. I'm more concerned for people who are doing heavily modded things with lots of custom assets. Like, there's a reason why I haven't used, like, I've been so tempted to use the pedestrian path mods that are out there. They're so cool. But it's just not worth it. Like, those are the kind that are going to break where you like, so the other thing, I don't think I've ever mentioned this. Tygon's rail assets are repurposing existing props to basically create the different train assets that he put together. I am not concerned about any assets that do that or any decals. You can delete decals easy enough. What I am concerned about, and what you should be concerned about in your builds, is if you have used any completely custom assets, those are going to be problems. Just like, and it's okay. You can accept that risk if that's something that you're okay with. But just understand what you're getting yourself into. You got rid of your custom assets after they broke for the 10th time? Yeah, it's like that zoning mod that Trajack put together. I love that mod. It's so cool. I would also never use that in Saguna Beach or Magnolia County or any other build that I want to last a while. Like, I would for sure use it in other builds, but like not a, like, the reason why Magnolia County has the mod list that it has is I want it to last a long time. So yeah. Is CS2 worth purchasing now, or should you wait a little bit longer? It's a lot more fun now than it was before. A lot of the simulation issues have been resolved, and I think that adding the new game mode for easy mode is going to make a lot of people happy. At that, I would still try to find a trial and see how it runs on your system. If you're satisfied with the performance, if the mods do what you need them to do to find the happiness that you're trying to find in the game. Because without the mods, just gonna keep it real, like, I don't really love to play the game without mods. Like, it's a fun challenge, but I think the mods for this game are so much better than Cities 1. And they're so much more necessary that it's just that's the thing. I think you gotta play with them. Trajack zoning mod is awesome and has been broken quite often. That's the nature of a mod like that. It's like fundamentally altering things like that. Like one of the streams that one of the stream builds, I had to abandon it. The one in Michigan. Simply, that was the biggest reason. I didn't love all of the sunken trees, but the main reason is I use the zoning mod, and that's the kind of mod that's going to break all the time. So it's one of those things. And then there are other mods like Anarchy, which just like gets better and better and better and doesn't break. And even if it breaks, like, I have full confidence that Yang Yang is going to fix it. And then it's going to be a priority for everyone. I think it's a priority for Colossal Order to make sure that they're working with some of these mod developers and get these ones working. Zoning mod, it's zoning. Gosh, zoning bylaw. Zoning bylaw. Basically, it allows you to make your own zoning code. Super cool. You can set if buildings pollute. You can really do a lot of tweaking. You can mix zoning in ways that you can't do normally. But you're making a brand new zoning category. So if it breaks, your whole city's broken. Like it's like next level broken, not just like a little broken. So yeah, it's a huge bummer. Zoning bylaw is such a cool mod though. Zoning code feels like it should be a paid DLC down the line. I don't know why it wasn't in this game. I feel like knowing your audience for this game is understanding that like this is a part of having like that the easy versus normal mode could be like there's a level of customization that I think a lot of us have an appetite for that's not being met. And if someone came up with a game that gave us that level of customization where you can make your own zoning code and things like that, it's going to sell really well. It's going to sell really well. I don't think I'm off base with that. Man, it's inversed. This connection help. What do I hope the first big DLC? Well, we already know it's bridges and ports. After that one, I hope it's Park Life. I feel like there's just okay. I want the industries to be fixed in the base game. I don't think that we should have like all the tools are there. All the tools are there. Like I can legitimately search for warehouse. And there's a whole bunch of warehouses in here. So if there's already a whole bunch of warehouses in here and I can easily find them using Find It, then like, why can't I just have a warehouse zoning district? And you can already see it says industrial zones, industrial manufacturing. Why don't I also have industrial warehouse as a zoning option? Like, it seems like they went 65% of the way there and then they just like stopped. So I feel like they're like for industries in particular, it should be heavy. It should be manufacturing. There should be light industrial. There should be warehousing. Then we should also have the ability to place all the props for the farms. Like they're just spawning in randomly. That's crazy. And then I want to be able to select the fields. I don't think any of that should be a DLC because it's already in the game. It's just broken, in my opinion. Maybe they don't think it's broken, but it's broken. Like it's not like this is not right. This is if it's in here and if the game needs it, like the game needs these warehouses, and they're immediately getting customers because we don't have any warehouses in here. So this is going to line up with the stuff that we have over here. If it's already in the game, just like give me the ability to control it. That's all I want. Like that's okay. Here's a little rant. This is one of the things that has bothered me about this game in general is like I feel like all the pieces are there to let us build the cities that we want, except that they are not giving us the control. So that's incorporating Move It, Anarchy, some of the features that like everyone likes. There's not like there are vanilla purists out there. I get that. But if it were in the vanilla game, they would play with it for sure. It's like give me more control. Give me more control. I'm on it today. I'm just punchy. I'm just feeling punchy. That's all. Do I think the industrial pollution is too exaggerated for the game? For sure. Well, but yes and no. So this kind of goes back to the whole having a light industrial versus a heavy industrial. Like, because all industrial is built the same, like more or less. I mean, I guess Trajac proved that. I mean, it's not. Like, this is low. Oh, so is this. But it has a smokestack. That's crazy. That's crazy. This is also low. I don't know if this is what it's producing or what it is currently experiencing. I think it's what it's producing, but it's not clear. Is it exaggerated? Yeah, it probably is. Or maybe the residential is too sensitive to it. I don't really know. It's not right. It needs to be fixed, or needs to be. I'll be charitable. It doesn't need to be fixed. They need to iterate and think about different ways of working this, because I think that all the pieces are there. It's just not done completely as far as I would like it to be. Did I ever manage to get that cake? I did. I got it on, I posted about it on Blue Sky. Cake was awesome. A little too rich for my blood. I don't really like a lot of sweet food. My wife likes a lot of chocolate, but it was a chocolate espresso cake from the Madison Sourdough Company on the Isthmus. And so good. So good. Well, look good to you. Oh, I could have one small piece, and then my wife took it into her work. That was the best. That was the best that I could do with that. It's just a little too much for me, but it was good. I'm gonna get the power connected here in the water. Apparently nothing is established over here. Levino M, thank you so much for the prime. Native individual or naive individual, thank you for the prime. Daffo, thank you for the 4 months of prime. E-Baked Potato, thank you for 9 months of tier 1. Demook, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for being in here. Thank you for the 11 months of prime. Good evening from your new Flexi Spot desk. You're standing. I should too. Hopefully you like the desk. Hopefully use my code. Netherite, thank you for the prime. Ring loves me. Laugh out loud. Thank you for the 16 months of tier 1. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, you too. Thank you so much for 16 months. It's wild. How long does it normally take me to record an episode of Magnolia County? Dear God. I've been recording the last episode of Magnolia County for 3 days. I am the slowest. I don't really know what to say besides I'm very slow. I also like to take my time and like get things right. I'm not the type of creator who can sit down anymore and just like in one shot nail it. But hopefully I deliver a consistently good video every time because of that. That's my goal. Marleton, thank you so much for the prime. A Seraphin, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. Hankin, thank you so much for the prime. Daka's Gamer, thank you so much for the 13 months of tier 1. Ridiculous, thank you. That new Saguna Beach episode was insane. You wish you had known how, you wish you had the know-how and understanding to do what I did. I hope that I'm demonstrating that it's not that difficult. You just have to slow down. Like, I think that Skylines 2 in general has taught me to slow down. Like, I don't slow down as much as other creators. Like, I'm not a detailer. As much as I'd like to be. I like to moonlight as a detailer sometimes. But the game has taught me to slow down a bit, appreciate the process, and not just power through and just build things quickly. You honestly don't see how I crank out the content that I do at the current rate? First of all, I'm very organized, or I try to be. Hold on. Let me see if I can, I don't know if I can show you this screen. Give me 1 second. I'll make sure that I don't reveal anything I shouldn't reveal. I think I'm good. So, well, that didn't work. Let me see if I can fix this on the fly. There we go. So this is my streaming PC, and I have an Asana where I put together all of my videos. So I'm constantly moving things through here. And because of that, I have all of these different ideas. I put all the ideas in here, and I try to think ahead. I try to think a month ahead. So I try to stay organized. That's the way that I am able to put out videos at the rate that I do. So yeah. If we mention it enough, maybe he'll notice. What are you going to mention enough? What is Factor? Factor is an ad spot. Please lane maths. I like my lane maths being wrong. Lane math, bro. I'm not that concerned about it. I know that I'm disappointing Biffa, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, do I really need extra lanes right here? I go up to 6 lanes. Or I take it down. I think this is fine. This happens. The other option is I go like this. That's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. So I think we just have some lane math that's not right, because it happens. You plan out dinners like that, Riley? I wish you guys like the lane math that I had in there. I like it like this. I think it looks good. Riley, I wish I had your dedication to planning out dinners. It would save so much time, so many, we'll call them spirited disagreements between my wife and myself about what we're doing for dinner. Can we all calm down? We're just gonna... He said, F your thoughts and feelings. I said, I just don't think it's that important. Not your feelings. Your feelings are important. Feel your feelings. I don't have a 6-lane road to place here. And if I make one, it's ridiculously overbuilt. Sometimes things aren't perfect, and that's okay. When this breaks down, we'll do something better. But for now, this provides access. Oh, we're punchy everywhere today. I'm punchy with the lane math. I'm punchy with my thoughts. I'm just feeling aggressive. Yeah, Hugo's gonna be sad if Biffa's in here. He's quietly sitting in the corner, just very unhappy with me right now. And I apologize to you, Biffa. I love you, but also not doing it. What's in my coffee today? I'm drinking my usual. I got my Tim Hortons. I'm trying to finish it up so that I can drink my other Canadian coffee. I have Kickin' Horse that I want to get to. But I'm not there yet. What have I done to make such a crisp? Simple. In my NVIDIA app, I went underneath graphics, under Skylines 2, and then I went down to DLSS override, and I am forcing the latest version of super resolution. If you force the latest version, it fixes all of the ghosting. I should make a short about that. I'm sorry that I haven't already, truthfully. So it's one that I should have. So yeah, that's what I would, if you're experiencing tons of ghosting, like I still have DLSS on. It just looks good now. Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. I can't believe they haven't just upgraded the driver, but that's the way to do it. I wish. So, okay, one other thing about that. Every time you update your NVIDIA driver, it's going to reset the settings. It's super stupid, but it's just the reality of what it is. So just know that you're going to have to change that a lot, but it's worth it. Like if you play with DLSS, which I play with it on, even if I get decent frame rates without it, my trees, the shadows don't flicker as bad when I have DLSS on. So I just think it looks a ton better. So that's why I have it on. Andy, you've been doing good. Your 7900 XT has been optimizing this game well. I hear that AMD's been killing it with the cards, with their drivers. Truth be told, what I really wanted, I was willing to switch over to AMD for my streaming PC, and I was just willing to just kind of risk it. But all the cards sold out. Well, otherwise, that was where I wanted to go. I don't want to support AMD's, or rather NVIDIA's, I don't even know, anti-consumer behavior. It's just straight up madness. But I also feel like I had no option. I needed a graphics card. I was able to get this one. Intel is on the rise. Are they? I mean, I feel like they released a good graphics card and then didn't make any of them. And now they're talking about making NVIDIA's. Like, I don't understand what... I feel like Intel doesn't know what it's doing. I feel like Intel is just like... They've really lost their way. They've lost the plot, and they don't know how to get back on it. I don't understand Intel. I won't personally buy any Intel products. I won't buy their processors. I won't buy their graphics card until I know that they're good. Which, I mean, they're not even competing in the same market at this point. I don't know. Yeah, NVIDIA doesn't care about gamers. NVIDIA doesn't care about you. Jensen Huang thinks that you are a joke. That's okay. I don't like his Gator print stuff either. So we're in the same boat. But I think it's kind of crappy that PC gaming is basically at a renaissance place where I feel like a lot of people are very interested. The gateway drug into PC gaming at this point is the Steam Deck. And then you end up wanting to get serious about it and get a gaming PC, and you can't find a graphics card. So it sucks. I feel for anyone building a PC right now because I just went through it too. It's not fun. NVIDIA and Intel are both on the AI train. Well, they're all on the AI train. They all believe that, like, it's funny. When I was in Savannah with my brother-in-law, we were talking a lot about AI, and I just like, I feel like he has a lot more belief in it than I do. AI has purposes. My fear with AI is that it does more harm than good, and that the people who are pushing AI don't have the interest of the general public in mind. Maybe they just believe in technology at all costs. Maybe they think they're going to get wealthy. Maybe they think, it's just the right thing to do. I don't know what's going on with it, but it just feels to me like it's problematic. And it sucks that it's cannibalizing my favorite hobby, like PC gaming. It sucks. Go for AMD. They are cheaper and they aren't doing the foolishness of NVIDIA. I mean, but the problem, so I agree. I get AMD processors, completely agree. Problem is they are suffering the exact same fate as NVIDIA right now with graphics cards, specifically because NVIDIA is not producing them. When NVIDIA is not, like, they have way more capacity than AMD to create cards based on the fab production that they've produced or that they've purchased. And if NVIDIA is not producing the cards that they could, that means that AMD is making up for it, and they don't have that capacity. There's a big, right now there's currently a lot of people who want graphics cards that have been waiting for a long time, in some cases since the pandemic, and they can't get them. So there's just that huge demand, and I don't know when it's going to be back to normal, but it's going to be a while. AI isn't, as tech isn't good or bad. You use AI for some things and it's good. Sure. AI has its purposes and its uses. I have very mixed emotions about AI. There are times, I will tell you, I use ChatGPT for some things. I was figuring out, for instance, in the next Magnolia County episode, I was figuring out slopes and grades over significant distances. And though I could have done a complex math problem, feeding it all of the inputs and having it walk me through how to do the math to save myself some time, that is huge. That is not me generating a thumbnail or generating other stuff. That is doing a math problem, being able to check the work and having a little bit of time savings there. That to me is like an ethical way of using AI and where it's useful. Problem is there are lots of things that AI does that are really stupid. A good example of this, I don't know if I have a good way of showing this. On my iPhone, they've been promising all these AI features, and all I really have is summaries of text messages that are sometimes wrong. And then I also have image playgrounds, which give me creepy images of myself. Like, I don't really know how that's useful. Hating AI is the trend. I don't know that hating AI is the trend. I feel like my problem with AI is that rather than having nuanced discussions about AI, it feels like some people believe that AI is just, the savior of humanity, and it's going to revolutionize the world. And then you talk about all the jobs it eliminates. And don't worry, they'll be replaced with other jobs. Like maybe they won't. They don't talk about all the collateral damage. Like as a content creator, when I hear that this AI can generate videos, or Kwebbelkop has Kwebbelkop AI and can make his AI can make a Minecraft video. Like those are the sorts of things. Like I firmly believe that creativity is what makes humans human. And if you take an AI and it trains on all of the human creativity, and then humans stop being creative as they're replaced with AI, that is fundamentally a problem. That is something that makes humans less human. I don't know what to say besides that. I think it's a problem. For younger generation, demonizing AI just sounds like a boomer thing. I mean, it's gonna sound like a boomer thing until you can't find a job. Like, I don't really know what to say besides that. Like, it sounds like a boomer thing. I get it. Also, it's not gonna be a boomer thing. It's gonna be those millennials. Those old millennials are just like super lame. I mean, I think that we need to have more nuanced discussions about this. Exorcist Elliot, thank you for the tier 1 and for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you. Thank you. Super generous of you. Us millennials are just tired. And we are. Yeah. And I get, for anyone who's younger, how it could just sound like we're just not with the times. I had a job that was outsourced. Like I had a job that I liked. Like I left LA. Like there were personal reasons why I left LA. Like wanting to get closer to family and whatnot. But one of the primary reasons I left LA was that my job got outsourced. Like my job got outsourced, and as a result, I had to leave. That was people that caused me to lose my job. Your job will not be outsourced. You will lose your job because an AI can do it better. And then my fear is that there won't be something there to replace it. Maybe there will be, but maybe there won't be. And that's the part that scares me. But beyond that too, like AI is only as good as the data it can train on. And if there's nothing to train on, then I don't know how it gets better. I think it just gets sloppier. So those are my 2 issues with AI. You're scared of AI taking your GIS job? Yeah. Also, Agupta, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate you. That's super generous of you. We'll do it. We got the Agupta song. It's all very concerning to me. I think that it's not being thought through. And I also think my brother-in-law brought this up to me. He said, I don't know that we can think it through. So if you have a place like China that is not going to care and they just want to win the tech race, like we're not playing in the same playing field. And I agree to a certain extent, but also like doesn't mean I can't be concerned about it and think it's not going to be right. I also hear about all the kids. Speaking of, I sound like an old person today. I hear about all of the kids using AI in school, and that also concerns me. Because like at a certain point, like it's not just it's creativity, it's knowledge. I know calculators they freak people out too. This is different. It's just fundamentally different. It's not the AI, it's the people that program them. Everyone should be scared of the change. It should be afraid of the people. That's an interesting take. Yeah, I guess. China has pretty strict AI regulations. Well, but China has a history of having strict regulations for themselves and then releasing their products elsewhere. I mean, that's like some of the things that you see on TikTok, US and Europe would never fly in China. So like, I hear what you're saying, but also I don't necessarily believe that they are good faith actors in that. Just like this bridge is not a good faith actor in this road. Could a car fit underneath? No. I really wanted to do an interesting bridge, and I think I'm just so distracted by the AI discussion that I'm failing. I might just do something fairly boring. Maybe we'll give ourselves more capacity here. I wish that we had more bridge options. It's almost like we need a DLC for it. Slap a low bridge sign. Yeah. We had one of those in my hometown. The low bridge sign. Nothing like what is that? That YouTube channel that has the low bridge, the can opener. Nothing like that, but still not good. I'm gonna move the heck out of this bridge. We'll get it just right. You worry that's gonna lead people into not building critical thinking skills? Yeah, I think critical thinking, creativity, all of that is at risk. Those are the sorts of things that keep me up at night. Yeah. I feel like the other thing is a lot of the paths that were just like, this is a solid thing to do. Like, like I could tell, like when I was looking for a job, if you do this one thing, like software development, that was a good job. I don't really know what to tell my kids, like what is going to be the good job of the future? What can an AI not replace? That's going to be that's going to be the critical question. And that's not necessarily a bad thing that is a question, but it is a thing that's also in my mind. Like what is that thing? Software dev is safe. There won't be as many. Is it safe? I'm not a software dev. I don't know. Seems to me as though it's not. Coder definitely isn't. Software dev maybe is. That's why you're a millwright. AI can't swing a wrench. That's true. That's true. My dad did tell me. He had a heating and cooling company. And that probably would have been a close, like, if I'm not doing planning like that, I would have probably gone that route because I knew it. And it's not going to be like the AI is not going to carry a furnace down the basement of a house. Unfortunately, I am not one that wants to do that either. That was my issue. I'm not a very big guy, if you guys haven't been able to tell. A robot might. Well, it's just hard. It's too hard. So an example, we'd have to cut these old oil furnaces out of basements and bring them up in pieces. There's no robot in the world that's going to do that. Also, I'd get done with those jobs with my dad and I'd feel like I was dying. Like it's like back breaking work. Like people that work in those kinds of jobs, give them respect because it's really difficult work. Really difficult work. I have big guy vibes. I have big guy vibes and little guy arms. So farming? Yeah. I mean, my wife's family of farmers. So I speak with farmers very often. That is, again, but the funny thing about that is, as I talk to my brother-in-law about that, I mean, that's the person I was talking about AI. He's got all of these ideas about how AI is going to be incorporated into farming. And, you know, his perspective that I thought was really interesting is that, like, basically nobody wants to be a farmer now. So they kind of need to embrace it. And then there are other ways, like we were talking about the different ways that AI could be incorporated into farming. And it's like, there are some legitimately impressive things that could be done. So for anyone who's done GIS, in California, there have been studies done in the Central Valley of different farm fields. They do a LiDAR analysis. So that's using, LiDAR to look at farm fields, to look at soils and how much water they take in. And they told farmers, just cut these parts off from your field and you'll use half of the amount of water. And it's been a way that farmers there have been able to save a lot of money. Now imagine if you could use an AI to analyze 100 years worth of climate information and identify a year that looks like this year, and that could tell you how much to plant based on yields. That is a really profound use of AI that could change farming, that could really make things great for farmers, like save a lot of money, make fields more productive, reduce the amount of labor that they need. Who knows if that's going to be the way it gets used. We'll have to see. Be right back getting your food. Get it. When's Geoguesser? Oh, we should take a we got our Geoguesser's now mid. We'll do it at 1:30 my time, so 30 minutes. Makes food cheaper for everyone. Indeed, I think that's when I think about AI. I think that we're still figuring out what to use it for, and I feel like that is like the right way to use it. Image generation and like removing critical thinking skills, probably not the right way. Hot take. Medical stuff, that's another spot. My brother-in-law brought that up. He's like, how many times has a doctor missed someone having cancer? You're still relying on human intuition and knowledge and feelings. And if you could have an AI at least point you in the right direction, and that's another, I think that is another solid place where it could benefit. Yeah. Medical's been there for a while. Is it widespread though, the adoption of it? Or is that just like if you're in Los Angeles, New York, London, Paris? Anyone else look at the AI art and feel like it looks very flat? Depends on where it's being produced. I feel like some of the AI art some of it's a little too good. And so last night, I messed around with I mentioned the playgrounds, and I messed around with it with my wife. And then I took the picture, and there's a new AI feature that allows you to take a look at your pictures and see like images. And I'd identified that the picture that it generated was from someone that made that flat style of art. Or it was very similar to those. It makes me wonder, like, I don't know, did they get their art stolen? Does that look just the training data? I don't know. I must not. Oh, I don't have this tile. I was wondering why I couldn't zone over here. I don't have this tile. I'm also bleeding money. We need mail service, internet coverage, and more industrial. Because of that, I'm going to buy a tile, I think. We're going to buy this tile because we have to. And then after that, I'll get mail coverage and hopefully turn the budget around. This is going to be a mess. I'm going to focus on this for just 1 second. We're just going to spam some industrial to try to balance the budget. And then I'll try to move these around to make it look prettier. Those hotels, they're doing some heavy lifting. They really are. They really are. This city is, if I could have started this on easy mode, I would have. I think I would have. If there's a mod that allows us to convert cities in the future, I would probably do that with this one. Only because I feel like when you are plopping a build, it is considerably harder to get these right. And I think, if you guys recall, we had issues with power lines before. I think it's fixed now. That's weird. So I'm gonna get all of these right. It's a dangerous spot, but I don't want that icon. Fill by flat, you mean the perspective? Like the art can have some depth and rendering in the background, but something about them seems off. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I think that's because, I mean, the AI is not going to understand perspective. I mean, that's like all of the discussion around the I don't know if it's been confirmed or not, but the use of AI in some of the art for Skylines 2 for the content creator packs. The perspective is just a little off. And you look and it's like, well, that doesn't look right. Like, why does it look like that? It's because the AI doesn't understand it. It's, you know, like there's an understanding that you have to have for perspective to make sense. Should have relocated the turbines, cost money after bulldozing. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Also, this isn't centered, and that's going to bother me. AI will always depend on its creator, which is us. Will it, though? I mean, that's part of the issue that many people have. Is that, and I'm not saying like it's going to become Terminator. I'm saying that like the issue is that you end up having AI training on AI. And when that happens, it's just like garbage in, garbage out. That's a huge concern of mine. We don't have money for a post office, yet the people demand it. The people demand it. This one looks so dumb too. In this particular build, it doesn't fit. I'm gonna hide this in the end. I can't, because it gives me more effect over here. Everything about this is terrible. Including how much money we're losing. I don't want to say that I'm going to cheat. But also, I just want you to know that I'm not above it. I'll take out a loan. But there are other ways. There are other ways. And in a plop city, I'm not above them. I'm above it in Magnolia County. I'm not above it here. Get a PPP loan. That is if you're an American, that joke cuts. If you are not, Just so anyone who's not an American knows, the Paycheck Protection Plan loans are what folks like Kanye West use to get free money. I think Lil Wayne used it too, amongst many others. Wasn't just rappers. Those are just some of the most prominent ones that stick out to me. But basically, during the pandemic, it was meant to save jobs, and instead, some people took it as a way to finance lavish lifestyles. Very exciting stuff. Yeah, developer modes the other way. Tom Brady did it too. I am not surprised. Look at that. We didn't even need to get cheeky with it. All we needed to do was give the people what they really wanted, which was a post office. And now that they have a post office, everything is good. And our demand is back. You feel like I'm a man who enjoys chicken nuggets. That is oddly specific. But I will say that you're not wrong. I mean, I do like chicken nuggets. I have kids. How can I not enjoy chicken nuggets? I feel like that's also a reference that I'm not getting. This is where you guys are like, oh yeah, you called me. I got called a boomer today. Now I'm missing a reference about chicken nuggets. It's probably going to make me sound old as well. So, doesn't everyone enjoy chicken nuggets? Indeed. Sour cream and chicken nuggets? That is, not even I can do that. Maybe raise taxes? So, if there's any complaint I have about the simulation in this game right now, it's that much like in Cities 1, where 12% was like the death nail for tax, like you go above 12% and like your city is trash. Like, why even give me the option to do it then? It feels like 10% is that number in CS2. It feels like if you go above 10%, you immediately kill your city. So we're not going to do that because I don't know that I can. Otherwise, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think what we really need at this point is more people. Ocarina, have a good one. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Donna Humo, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Keep up the great content. Beast, thank you. Uper, good to see you in here. 16 months, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Agupta, again. 10 gifted subs is super generous of you. Katrina, thank you so much for the 11 months of Tier 1. Boomer, me? Listen, my parents weren't even boomers, which I think is kind of funny. I had boomer grandparents. I had young parents. So elder millennial with Gen X parents, which I think makes me a weirdo. Confirmed. You guys are trying. You have taxes ranging from 8 to 12 in each category, and your city is doing amazing. With the new update, you can fully control what is produced in the city. So I feel like I can fully control what's produced, but I've noticed, at least in my builds, if I go above 10, it feels like the industry start leaving and the people complain and they start moving out. But if I keep it around 10, things are good. And the way that I will handle it is if I don't want something, like let's say I just was like, you know what I really don't want? Vegetables. Vegetables are the devil. I'll go 12% and then I won't get any vegetables. And then if I want to incentivize something, like let's say like I really want it's German. We want beverages. We're going to have a lot of beer here. We'll open up a bar and we'll get beverages. We're going to produce lots of beverages here. I feel like that actually works and it feels really good to do it. beverages, grain, the input into it. Yeah, good. But yeah, I am old. I've never claimed not to be old. I've never claimed not to be old. I'm okay with that. I actually really like getting older, which I think makes me old too. Like it's the acceptance of getting older. There's lots of good things about it. I feel much more confident in who I am than I used to as a younger person. And I feel like that was the hardest thing about being young, is trying to figure out and discover who you are. That and not having any money. That was the other thing. I had never had any money, and I spent money like an idiot. So that took a while to learn. You're right there with me? Getting old's not that bad. There are worse things. I feel privileged to get old. Not being able to get old is the real problem. Or not growing up. I think those are the two things. You were extremely bad with money in your 20s? Oh. I'll tell you, my biggest money horror story. I was in college and I needed to print a paper. I took out a Walmart credit card, which gave me a credit limit of $200. And big town, we needed that. Hold on, this is this. High density. Cool. So yeah, it gave me a credit limit of $200. And I really needed paper to print out something, and I didn't want to go to the computer lab. But apparently I was cool going to Walmart. So I took out the credit card, and then I paid interest on that forever until I missed a payment. And then I just tanked my credit score for a long time. And it took me a while to dig out of that. One of those things that like when I met my wife, was like, yeah, my credit score is not great because I bought a printer. Oh, also I bought Tony Hawk. Just a genius decision. So I definitely, you live and learn. And I didn't really have a lot of people telling me good sound, financial advice. It wasn't I had a financial management class in high school, but I felt like it taught me how to balance a checkbook, which isn't really valuable anymore. Nobody does that. They have an app. Can I pay off my loan? Maybe part of it, but I'm losing money again because I'm incentivizing things. Keep an eye on that. We're gonna plop some of those new buildings soon, and then we'll see if we can. Remind me. American school system is horrible. I wouldn't say that. I would say that the American school system is very uneven. I had a bunch of classes that other people didn't. I felt like I was very fortunate. In high school, I had a computer networking class. It's the whole reason why I know how to do computer networking at all right now, is I had a computer networking class. I had a class that taught me HTML. I had a class that taught me woodworking, lots of cool things. And then the normal stuff. I had lots of APs that gave me college credit, that gave me some of the confidence that I could go to college. The problem is not everyone has that opportunity in the US. A lot of people don't. And I don't know why my high school in rural northern Wisconsin had some of those opportunities, because I know that others didn't. So that's tough. That's the part. I feel like if I would have grown up somewhere else, I might have had, a big issue, for instance, is if there are disparities, they're going to try to rectify those disparities. And in some cases they're very rough. And when you're spending your resources on that, you can't spend it on all those cool electives like I had that were a lot of fun and taught me a lot of really interesting things. But yeah. And they're extremely uneven. That people will legitimately make their decisions about where they live, And I will tell you, I've played into this, and I've played that game. My home is on the school district. It's on a school district boundary. When we were moving, if I would have moved one house over, I would have gone, like, my kids would have gone to a different elementary school, and I didn't want them to switch schools. You know, like, just like, not only did we like our school a lot, but like, you don't want to switch schools, and like, that's the way the American school system works. You know, like, it's very based on boundaries, and the boundary, you can end up with a school that's not as good, just you know, a couple blocks over, a city over. It's messed up. It's crazy. As a boomer, you didn't have computers in high school. I mean, I think that most of the kids today would believe that what I was doing, what the computers I had in high school were not computers. Compared to a cell phone today, the computers I was using, like I learned how to use Photoshop in high school too, and the computers that I was using were probably not as good as your cell phone. All you know from school is mitochondria is the powerhouse of a cell. I learned that formaldehyde smells terrible, and if you're in the science wing, it's all you smell, because they were kids dissecting sharks. I didn't do that. I'm not smart enough for that, but I got to smell it every day, and terrible. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Yeah. So Steele at our we had a very good science. Our science was wing, and all of the science that we had access to was really good. It's biology, chemistry. A lot of it was AP, but we had the ability to take. There was basically a course where you could learn about the different anatomy of different animals, and you could dissect a baby shark. And I'm not saying this to be funny, like a baby shark, or I can't remember what the other thing was. And we all had to do owl pellets and a frog, which I think is pretty standard, but you could also do a shark too. And you got your shark, and you could smell the formaldehyde. It was terrible. I definitely remember that. You had squids? Ooh. You didn't get to do anything like that? So that's what I mean, though. Like, the American education system is very uneven. Like, very uneven. I don't like it's hard to fathom, I think, if you're not here, just how uneven it is and how it can leave people behind. It's screwed up. I'm making a new road. I need a one-way that looks just like this. Finnish education is some of the best in the world. I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, you guys are basically crushing it at most things. So like, this is the least surprising thing I've heard today. And it, like, just being in Finland, it was like, yeah, this place is kind of awesome. It feels like Wisconsin, except if it were modern. Oh, I got this road backwards. Do you guys see what's happening when I zone it? It goes in the opposite direction. When you were in high school in rural Nebraska, you took your first computer class in 1979. It was a programming class. You had some of the first computers in Nebraska. That's awesome. That's the thing that's fascinating to me. Like, people don't necessarily expect that, you know, in a place like rural Nebraska or rural Wisconsin, you're gonna have access to that stuff, but you will. And in some cases, bigger cities won't have access to that stuff. So it's crazy, and it doesn't make sense. And I think it's one of the bigger problems. There are two things I think with the American system that need to be, like, seriously rethought. And that is, number one is the distribution of resources just doesn't make any sense. A good example of that here is in Madison, the East Town Mall in Madison. All of the revenue for that goes to a suburban school district because of a deal made many, many years ago. Very bad for Madison at this point. And it's Madison residents paying into that, but it is what it is. Like, that's the way the system is currently set up. And there's no way to rectify it without completely rethinking it. And then the second, so finding out a way to make the resource distribution make sense and be more even at a local level and at the national level. And then I think just in general, I think that there was a time where they attempted, I think Common Core is what they call it. It was an attempt to make national standards. I don't know that it's worked necessarily the way they intended to, but I think the idea was a solid one. Having every single kid graduate with a set of common information, a baseline of knowledge. It's how you get there is the question. And I really think that one of those things that needs to be included in that is like, not, people don't, one of the things I think people just don't have knowledge about is how their government works at the local level, at the federal level, any of it, like just civics in general. I think needs to be more, it needs to be in the curriculum again. Our government works. Your local government probably does. Depends. It might not. Does it though? I don't know. I don't know if it works. But knowing how it works, knowing how it, okay. Our government in the US is working as intended. The problem is people don't understand what it's supposed to do. I think it's working exactly how it's supposed to work. I think it sucks sometimes that it's working correctly. I think that when people don't understand how it works, they believe things about how it could work that aren't true. I don't know. That's a philosophical question in a way. I think it is working. I might not like some of the things it's doing, but I think it's working. That also gives me hope for the future though, too. If I'm unhappy, like I think it still works and it'll get fixed. So yeah. Civics is coming back. Your district brought it back a year after you graduated. Is it a requirement though? So like for me, I took civics as an elective and I thought it was fascinating, but I didn't have to take it. Like it was an option. And that's the problem. I don't think that understanding the way that your government works should be an option. Like that's the base requirement for operating in a society. Like if you like, I'll tell you guys, I get really upset when I hear people beating their chest about how free they are without understanding their way their country works. Like you can't get excited about your country unless you understand how it works. And that like at all different levels of government, you have to understand how all of it works. Economics and civics were mandatory part of your history class in high school. So I had a separate civics class that talked about the nuances of government and how laws were made at all different levels and like how people get elected and how many officials there are and how that's changed over time. And I feel like that's the kind of thing that is sorely missing. Like it can be a component of a history class, but I feel like having it as its own, like I think that especially here in the US, I feel like we require more of immigrants. We require that immigrants know more about how our country works than we do our own citizens. And I don't really understand that. And at the local level, the way that manifests itself, just kind of tying it back into my personal experiences, I saw elected officials that didn't understand the limits of what they could do, or they didn't understand that they had a lot of ability to accomplish some things, because they just didn't understand how the government worked. And no one's going to tell you. Like, when you're an elected official, there is a like, I would sit down with Plan Commission. Me and the planning director would sit down and have a conversation about, you know, what you're able to do legally as a plan commissioner. But like, your effectiveness at wielding your power is all on you, man. That's all on you, and no one's going to teach you how to do it. The only thing that you can do is get sued. You know, like, I don't know. But if you are educated about the way your government works, whether you're an elected official or a citizen, you have the ability to do more with it. And you have the ability to get upset too and call things out when you know that it's not right. And that is all missing. And I don't think that a little section in a class is good enough. I feel like it's reading the operating manual for civilized civic society. And if you want to be a member of a society that is organized and predictable and reliable and a good place to live, I feel like you need to understand how it works. I think that is not asking too much of people either. I think that people are they just expect some people, not everybody. I think people can just sometimes expect too much without being willing to put in the effort themselves. You have mandatory civics class in primary and middle school. Additionally, once a year in primary school is randomly selected to submit a student to make law a national parliament. You guys have students submitting laws to parliament randomly? That's pretty dope. Antitrust laws should have been taught in grade school. And there's a lot of stuff like that I think that people should be taught. I missed some sarcasm. I apologize. Sarcasm, not only do I miss it, I don't know, I'm just bad at it, but also I will sometimes just like not see it up there. Like when you're trying to finish it. Finish your thought. Regret, Minnesota. Thank you for 8 months of Prime. Agupta, thank you for the 12 months of Tier 1. Thank you. 1 year's wild. Thank you. Appreciate you. Guys, I think it's time for a round or two of Geoguesser as a little break. And then we'll finish up. I was supposed to add the Mediterranean buildings. I've done exactly none of that. I've built an industrial area and now have a lot of money apparently, which is also confusing. Pay off the loan. We'll pay off some of the loan. We're in a good spot. Before we go to Geoguesser though, I just want to let you guys know one big change I'm making on the channel, and that's going to go for here and elsewhere. I've recently learned, we're always learning new things. You can overwrite saves on Steam. And when you do that, it gives you a new version of your save. So I'm going to be organizing all of my saves and publishing all of them for every single video that I do and every single stream. And I'll be making a Neu Dresden official save, and you'll be able to go through the different versions if you want to look at old versions of the save. But I want to do that because I think it's going to be much more clean and organized. So yeah. My money situation in this city has always confused me, or always confused you. You think I'm cheating, but you got to see it. I don't know how I'm cheating. I honestly think that the post office did a lot. Also, I haven't really run this city underneath the new patch. So we're currently, and I didn't think about this, we're currently adjusting to the new simulation. So everything is like this. Hold on, before Geoguesser. Where is the thing I'm looking for? Wealth, right here. So this is what happened during the stream today, and I totally forgot about this. So we had this just plummet off a cliff. So the wealth of all of our companies has reset. This is what we've been experiencing in real time. So part of this was garbage, sure, but a lot of this was the new simulation. And because of that, our trade's kind of gone crazy too. So I think we might actually be in this situation now that we've made our way through this. And this is what our economy actually looks like. We're importing a lot of things, basically everything, except for machinery. I got hit with the tariffs, and now I'm deciding to tariff everyone else. So just know, watch your back, or I'll just crank the tariffs up. Just watch yourself. My budgeting seems pretty similar to the current administration. Doing my best. All right, I'm gonna save this. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna save this as mid-end-ish. I need to refill my coffee up, and then we're gonna play a Geoguesser. So I'm gonna get this running. I'll get this running, and when I come back, we're just gonna start. First thing I see 3 times after I get this rolling is the map that we'll do. And for anyone just jumping in, we'll get back to Skylines. We'll play 2 rounds of Geoguesser. 2 quick rounds. Okay, 2 worlds. 1 Disneyland, 1 Poland, 1 Germany. World. We're doing world. Also, Geoguesser break. CS2 back soon. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go get coffee, and then we'll just jump right into it. Okay, so the second one, what will the second one be? South America once, Italy once, all praise chairs of the world, US, Germany, Spain. Gotta see 3. UK, Asia, Canada, EU or Germany. That's the second Germany. Poland. It's a second Poland. Second US. France. Second UK. Germany. It's Germany. Switching our category for just a second, and now we're just gonna go in. We're gonna go in. Disney. I am very curious about Disney. Not gonna lie. Gary, save that for the next one. We're gonna do it. And the funny thing is, are we in Germany to begin this? This looks like Germany. It is Germany. It's Panama. I don't think it's Panama. Oh, I don't think this is. Are we in Croatia? I don't know. SI. Why does that sound familiar? Is that that can't be Serbia, can it? Slovenia? Bike lanes. Yeah, I'm gonna say it is. When in doubt, the biggest city in Slovenia. We'll do the outskirts. Kind of by a train station. There we go. I actually moved it further. That's awesome. 3 miles. I'm gonna take that. That's good. Good for 12th. Brandon, I know you're not just lucky. You're good at this. You're very good at this. Who doesn't know? I always try to beat Vainglorious Gaming. And it rarely happens. Every now and then. Wow, let's talk about some shared lanes. This is... Where is this? Is this Chile? Wish I could identify that. Is this Santiago? Yeah, this view is sick. I don't even want to get down from here. I really want to know where I am. Hold on. I feel like this is the sign. This is the one. Oh, it's too blurry. It's definitely Spanish. Oh, I am going to just guess. I'm pretty sure that this is Chile. I just don't know where in Chile it is. I'm going to say it's Santiago, although it seems like it's narrower, but it's such a... I'm going to say that we are over here in Santiago, like... Yes. Not exactly. If I would have stayed closer to the center. But 6.7 miles. Good for 6th place. I feel good about that. And I think I'm in front of Brandon. I'm going to take it. You recognize the building. You saw Santiago at the last second, but you didn't have the time to change. Oh. Well, I'm going to screw up the rest of these. I'm going to celebrate too early. Now we're on a boat. I feel like there was one of these last time, and it was like not a while back, and it was like Madagascar or something crazy. I have no idea. This is insane. Definitely Botswana. Andaman Islands. This could be literally, like, this looks like the Bahamas, except it's not as green. Dear goodness. Well, there's only one way that this could go, and that's really bad. You guys think it's the Pacific? It could be the Pacific. It could be the Atlantis. It could be the Indian. It could be... Oh, I have no idea. You know what? I'm locking it in. Madagascar. Final answer. It's actually right here. Oh, yes. I feel that's a long ways off. That's a long ways off. But you know what? Madagascar it is. Listen, guys. I've now played a lot of Geoguesser. You knew because of the way it is. It's not Lake Michigan. What does that even mean? I knew because of the way it is. You've seen it. Oh, the boats, because they have... because they are mad at gas cars. You understand my sense of humor. Did you miss the whole stream? No, we're taking a short Geoguesser break, and then we're gonna finish strong, but actually add those Mediterranean buildings. I don't know where we are. I'm gonna say Brazil. I'm gonna say Brazil. South Africa. Oh. Do I trust my instincts or do I trust chat? Oh, I could totally see South Africa now that you say that. This sign is the key. It's not South Africa. This is Pacifico. Oh no, we're all wrong. We're all wrong. Oh no. Oh, I got this one real wrong. Uruguay. That was Chile again. Dang it. That didn't help. That was not helpful. That was not helpful. Biffa. Good evening, buddy. Hopefully you're doing well. You were... I'm wondering if your ears were ringing because we were talking about you earlier. I did something that was not good. Not good at all. Biffa, by the way, I wanna say I've been really enjoying your videos lately. I don't know if it feels this way to you, but it kind of feels like the game's hitting its stride, and it's been a lot of fun playing and making videos. Some of your traffic fixes lately have been a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Your 60th? Italian or Mediterranean? Could be. I could see that. Cafe da Sera? De Sera? Could be Belgium or Luxembourg. Spain? You guys are just all over Europe. Just like random places. No way you just got back from a footy with the boys. More enjoyable now. The game, 100%. Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. I feel like that sign was the key. Or this one. That's the municipal name. Ah. That's not going to be good. Oh, Portugal. Started out so strong, so promising. Finished at 20th. Oh, that's super sad. Oh. Good game, Felix. Emko. Gramka. Danu, and that guy, or the guy. Good game, good game. Did I beat Brandon? I did. I'm gonna take that as a win. That's all I've got. That's all I've got. I just sunk super fast. So the next one, before we go back to Skylines, you had 0 points, Komrowski. 46. That is respectable. The next one's gonna be very challenging. We said that we're doing Germany. We just can't do normal Germany. I feel like we've done that before. So we're gonna choose a different Germany. A learnable meta Germany. A community Germany. That's what we'll do. Let's see. I'll give you guys the link. And then after this one, we're back in some Skylines. I won because your internet crapped out. Have you been okay with the storms, by the way? Storms have been wild. I feel like I've gotten lucky and there's been like skating just north of them or south. You want to play the normal Germany? We've done that. We've done that. We got to do something weird. It's been stormy, but the bad stuff has been northeast. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're okay. Like that's, but yeah, it's been, the storm's been wild. I'm going to remove inactives and I'll give you guys a couple more seconds. Canada and Russia are the hardest. We did Canada once. And I feel like if you are from north, I feel like if you are from maybe a place bordering Canada or close to it, it's super hard. Because I felt like every place just looked like a place I knew. And they don't look all that different. Ohio has flood warnings. Stay safe. Stay safe. Even living in Canada is hard. I mean, Canada seems like a pretty nice place to live. It seems like a very expensive place to live, but it seems like a very nice place to live. Where am I from? I am from, basically, I've done the Highway 51 tour of Wisconsin. Originally from Merrill, Wisconsin. Then I moved up I went back and forth between Merrill and Wausau, and then graduated in Rhinelander. So the I-39 tour. Went to college in Stevens Point, then just got out of the state for a while. If I want to live in an expensive country, nothing beats Switzerland. Yeah, but quality of life is like also crazy awesome in Switzerland. So that's one of those things where like there's something to be said for quality of life. You know, like people worry a lot about cost. Cost matters, but only if you can't afford it. You know, like if you live in a place that is expensive and you can't find a job because there are no jobs there, that's a problem. Like I feel like that's been like the Australia problem and the Canada problem that people talk about is like it's gotten very expensive and the jobs haven't increased in pay. I feel like you don't hear that about Switzerland. Then again, I guess I don't hear a lot about Switzerland. This looks like Germany. This looks like Wisconsin. I'm gonna say that this is Rhinelander. Just outside of my hometown. Looks just like it. The road heading into town. You ready for last place? Me too. The thing about this and being in Germany is that because it's so much smaller, being 6 miles off is not good. The last time we did Germany, I think I was in the bottom half. Someone's riding their bike. That's cool. I don't even know what part of Germany this is in. I've seen no signs. I'm going to drop a pin in the center. We'll see how that works. Look at license plates. Wait, is Germany one of those places that has a location on the license plates? It's like Georgia. That was good for 16th. That's wild. I'll take it. 57 kilometers, not bad. That's not bad. Weisling, Bursdorf. Are those streets? Or places? Or places named after streets. This looks like a prison. Restaurant. Is it a prison or an airport? It's a lot of cars. How's the stream? Madura, good to see you. Stream's going well. We've been building and having punchy conversations today. It's been one of those days, but I'm having fun. Hopefully you guys are too. Must be north because it's flat. Okay. I'm gonna take your word for that because I don't know anything about where I am. I can't. Like, you guys went through the last time we did Germany. You guys talked about the way that the highways are labeled, and I just don't see any signs. Oh, 51 points. If I stay in the top half, I'm gonna feel good about this. How many people had this? Dear goodness, that's wild. So many of you had this completely right. Yeah, that's wild. Oof is right. Oof is right. I know this because the way it is from an old comedy skit. That's how I missed it. That's how I missed it. Sadly, you don't think you're gonna be able to go to TwitchCon? I need to get on getting my stuff ready. I've had a variety of things come up before then. Different travel. Not long stuff, but just like little stuff that's come up that's been at the front burner. And if I don't do that soon, it's going to become a problem. That's a bummer. We'll see how this year goes. I'm hoping that it's a lot of fun. If it is, I'll go again. We'll have to see. Who's on that sign? No idea who that is. It's a political sign. That's not helpful. Northwestern Germany. All right. I'm going to take your word for it. And also say that I have no idea where the community that you are identifying is, but there's a lot of communities right here. Lots of people locking it in. I was closer before I moved it. That's amazing. That party isn't it either. I will let the American out of me and say that I don't know exactly what their beliefs are. You love those German style houses with the tile roof? I really do as well. I really like German architecture. Like, it's kind of a shame that there isn't, like, there is some here, particularly in like Milwaukee, but it's mainly reserved for larger buildings or, you know, meeting halls or things of that nature, office buildings, industrial buildings, breweries. You don't really see it for homes. And even though the climate is similar, like, we don't have those tiles on the roofs at all. Like, I can think of one home in Madison that has a tile roof, and I want to say that the tiles are fake. Like, they're like basically normal asphalt roof that is shaped to look like roof tiles like that. Germany also builds very solid things. And I will not say that we excel at that. We build very utilitarian things. I think that, you know, like current building in the US, at least where I am, very into energy efficiency, but I wouldn't say that it's necessarily, I don't know, guys. This is another another one where I just like, it seems flat. I'm going to stay in the north again. That's not my worst. Yeah, it looks northern. Yeah, we excel at energy efficiency, but I don't know. I am very curious. I wish I could travel into the future to see, ooh, wow, how some of the buildings that we build today are going to hold up, like the homes and stuff. Because you walk into an older home in the U.S. and if the kit homes, they hold up really well. A lot of the stick-built homes from 120 years ago hold up well. I don't know that some of the homes built right now will hold up that same way, but we'll have to see. Feels like Rhineland. All right. Well, I'm inclined. If you are from Germany and telling me that it's from Rhineland, I'm inclined to believe you. Uh, the only problem is I don't know where Rhineland is. It doesn't matter that my hometown was Rhinelander. I think my town was actually named after a railroad railroad executive who had the last name Rhinelander, and that was the way that I'm stuck now too. That's the way that they were able to get the railroad to come to the city. You've been to the Rhineland though? What do you think of it? I don't know where Rhineland is. I'll say it's over here. Near Luxembourg? You're pretty sure this is Phoenix, Arizona. Well, I was good for the top half, and I'm going to consider that a win. Remco, good game. Latiku, good game. Was little sidestep, good game. Third place. Phoenix left. I mean, there's Phoenix right there. Fourth place. The SU, good game. Fifth place. And then Vainglorious, 19th. No internet problems now. Komrowski, 30th. Good game. Astro, good game. PG got 18th. That's good. That's real good. Fifth place, impressive. What's not impressive is I meant to resume this and see where the economy shook out, and I totally forgot to. So, no comments on your classification. Well, now I have to know. How did you do? 89th. Someone had to be that low. That's true. That is very true. For there to be a 40th out of 100, there has to be an 89th. I gotta switch the categories real quick. There we go. We're back. Switzerland price of living is the same as Seattle. But where do you make more? That'd be my question. And what do you get for that cost of living? That's the other thing. It's one thing to have a high cost of living and then to get a lot of services. It's another to have a high cost of living and get nothing for it. So that would be the big question in my mind. What are you getting for it? Biffa. Wait. Biffa said something, but I missed it. 65th. That's not bad, Biffa. For your first go, that's really good. Also, oh man, Biffa, next time you're in here, we're going to do a UK. We'll do UK just for you. And I want to see you just kind of rise to the very top. It's going to be good. Although I will say we did Wisconsin and I felt so much pressure. I think I came in the top 10. But yeah, it was tough. QZ, now you're on YouTube. Okay, guys. I've never used the Mediterranean assets in a serious way. I'm curious to know how they jive with the German assets and the Eastern European assets that we've already been incorporating into this build. So I think I'm going to try to just make a nice square block to begin, just to like see how they grow in. Because like all of these blocks are really irregular. No. You know what? No, we're not doing that. We're going to zone them in and I'm going to move them around. We're going to see how it works. And they immediately fill in. We'll see what happens. You're happy with your 31st? That's pretty good. UK challenge is accepted. And Biffa says, oh yeah, so I'm here for it. That's going to be good. Create a Euro city with German, French, and Mediterranean assets. Well, I'm going to let you guys vote on this while these are filling in. So I'm thinking that maybe in the next stream, first of all, I owe you guys more streams. I've had a number of night streams in a row, which have been a lot of fun, but also I like streaming during the day for me, and I like the European friendly time. So I think maybe next week we'll stream during this time once again. And I'm thinking that we could grab some inspiration from France or, south of France, Italy, and maybe have a new city over here that's disconnected and we use different assets for. What do you guys think about that idea? So if you like that, we'll do that next week. Otherwise, I'll just keep building over here and we'll just keep expanding from this one location. Mediterranean should be coastal city. Well, I'm curious to know how it's going to fit. I agree. But we are in an island. This whole thing is an island. It's actually an island of islands. So you think that this should be coastal no matter what. Please have a look at Rome for inspiration. If we do that next week, then yes, for sure. For sure. You're not sure that Mediterranean works with German? It's interesting. I feel like the reds are just very different because you have similar roof styles, but this one this feels like it should be in a sunnier place. Just like I don't know if it's the tone of the assets themselves. Next to the beach, too Italian. Okay. Well, we'll skip this for now then. But I'm gonna leave that as a poll question. I don't even know if I can poll you guys right now easily on Twitch. This is my own issue. I don't know that I don't have it set up appropriately in OBS. Hold on, give me 1 second. I might break everything. I do have it. Okay. Poll. Should we start a new city on the map in the next one? Yes or no? If we do that, what I'm gonna do, this city won't be done. We'll just take a little bit of a break. I'll take a little break, and I think I will, if it's a yes on Twitch, YouTube, I'll ask you guys which one we go with, and I'll let you guys select the location because there are a number of different locations on this map. We'll do a little paint action to make it work. Just so you guys know, YouTube, it's looking like you guys are gonna have a vote. It's pretty, at this point, pretty overwhelming, but I think I didn't turn off cheating. So yeah, we'll see. This is a custom map. Oh gosh, what is this map called? Boreali Mare. There are two versions of it. One that has more detailing and one that has less. It's more vanilla. It is a ridiculously cool map. This is also probably the most challenging spot to build a city. That's a minor regret of mine, is we chose this incredibly hilly area that has been kind of a beast. I should use fast leveling to see buildings quicker. Well, you don't get as much variety then. Like I don't necessarily want the fast leveling. What I should have added in is Yang put together a mod that fixes the propping on some of the region packs. I should have added that one. I totally forgot to. Oh my goodness. It is almost 50-50 now with should we start on the next one. We're at the end of the voting. It's currently 58% to 42%. 100 vote difference, but when you can cheat, that's not very many votes. Would I ever do a New Zealand themed build? I almost did. I almost did. Raptorman put together this New Zealand map, and it is, I can't remember the name of it right now, but it was such a cool map. But then I watched Kodiak the Kodiak building on it, and I didn't want to start stealing ideas, so I chose a different map. You spent 500 points. So the answer is yes. We are going to build a new city in the next one, which will be next week. So now, in my super precise way of doing this, let's see. This will be, oh, that's not easy to read. How do I increase the thickness? I have no idea how to increase the thickness of this. Paint. Right here, maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's I'll do a quick tour of each of these, and then you guys will get to vote on YouTube. This is spot 1. This is the one that has the bridge heading over this area, some plateaus. Fairly flat by the coast. We would probably do a little bit of ugly gridding to really test those assets out and then make them fit into the unique geography. This is a very hilly terrain, so we would probably start right next to the coast here and try to keep this fairly compressed. Number 3 is right here. Fairly hilly as well. We'd probably do a lot of grading to make this one work. 4 is teeny tiny, really tiny town. Maybe we buy some tiles for farming villages around it, and then totally flat on number 5 on this little peninsula that jets out with a beautiful view of the ocean. So if you're on YouTube, or if you're one of those monsters on Twitch that will hop over to YouTube and skew the votes, you'll get the choose. You like 5? I'm not gonna skew the vote. I think I have feelings. I think after looking at them, I have an idea of which one I would, if it were just me, which one I would go for. Let's see. I'm gonna start the poll. Which one should we build on next week? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no. YouTube only lets me do 4. I'm dropping 4 out of the mix, and we're gonna do 5. You only get 4 options on YouTube. So vote in the poll. Don't vote there. Don't vote there. Vote in the poll. I'm gonna give you guys 60 seconds. I don't have my timer button, so hold on. 60 second timer. Starting now. So for Twitch, 1 is crushing it along with 5. They're like neck and neck. And I see the numbers of people watching on Twitch going up, or on YouTube going up by dozens. The planks that we're voting on YouTube about where we're building next. So we looked at all of these. We took out 4 because you can only do 4 options on YouTube. And this is the least interesting to me. I vetoed myself. So next week, we're going to be streaming at this time once again. And in 20 seconds, we'll know where we're building. Right now, 5, which is this little peninsula, is winning. 1 is the other option. 1 had a really cool bridge going up and over it. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're locking it in. We're building in 5. So yeah, this will be the Mediterranean build. We'll build our Mediterranean city over here. What should we call this place, guys? I'm going to put a district over the top of it right away. You stay team 2, but you respect 1 and 5. I think that makes sense. 2 is good. 2 is a solid one. I feel like 2 is one that you could be super, super cool. Plateauville. Tell me you're a Wisconsinite without telling me. Where did you go to college? Plateauville. Little Hamburg. Well, this is going to be Mediterranean. So what do we? I'm wondering what cities we take inspiration from, and what we call this as a result. I like that. From Catalonia. There we go. Oh. You know what? I like this more. I'm sorry. The Roman inspiration. You know what? If we're choosing a major city in Germany, boom, New Roma. So we will we'll draw some inspiration from Rome and build right here, and this will be the Mediterranean area. So the cool thing about Rome is, if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to grid things out and it feel authentic. In some areas at least. Let me see. I will admit to not knowing as much about Rome as I should. Oh yeah. We get some grids and we get to divide them. We get to grid hard. We get to grid hard. Diagonal lines with a bunch of grids. Feel good about this. I feel very good about where we're going with this. Turtle Plateau, I like that too. How Americans name cities? That is exactly how we do it. Well, it's actually someone from Rome would move to this area and go, you know what? We're going to make this just like the place that I came from. And we'll name it after that. So I want to know where the center of Rome is. Is it near the train station? And is this... Wait a minute. No. I was wondering if this is like the... So there is a train station that comes with the Mediterranean pack. And it made me very curious to know if like... No. But still. We could have this over here. Like this. So many cool things that we could do. So many cool things. Very excited. This train station, I think between the central, the central station's fine, but I think that this station right here might be my favorite in the entire game right now. It's tough. I feel like there are a lot of great train stations, but the way that this one can upgrade, so you can add on the extra platforms on the side, it adds on those wing buildings, or you can add on this glass roof, or both. Just such a cool asset. And I just feel like that's DLSS, unfortunately. Beautiful asset. I'm really excited to use it. I think that this pack is one of the best. Just solid all around. So very, very cool. Working some French assets too. Super cool. Super, super cool. Pretty excited about that. Looks like the one in Marseille. Does it? Well, I think so. I think just I don't want to build ahead. We're just experimenting. Here's my experiment. I just want to see what these look like side by side. Honestly, not terrible. Not terrible. That might be the play. The French mixed with the Mediterranean. I like that. I like that a lot. The station is the mirror of the... Oh, I'm going to screw that up. Oh. So you're saying that this is the inspiration for this? Let's see. You think it has some of the same architectural characters or characteristics of it? Seems like it's a similar kind of station. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but we can use it in the exact same way. Super pumped about it. Southern France is technically Mediterranean, so it counts. Well, hopefully we don't upset all of France by naming this new Roma. Oh, in Marseille, I screwed up. Well, maybe we maybe we do this instead. How's that? Just like mixing a bunch of Romance languages together. There we go. Final answer. And we'll get rid of this stuff for now. So that's where we'll build the next one. Could I choose? Oh, Cologne is a German city with Roman history. Does it have the Mediterranean architecture or not? That would be the question. The Catholic Church moved to France during the medieval period for a while. So that tracks. I never knew that. That is interesting. Has everyone hit a thumbs up button? Riley, I like where your head's at. Get the engagement. I'm gonna set a goal. I think we're gonna go at it for another like 30 minutes. What I want to do is I'm gonna set a goal that's too aggressive because I love to do that. I want these 2 blocks here and these 3 right here filled in, and maybe this one. Also, I changed this here because I really wanted to have some trees lining this to make this more of a view into the train station. So those are all of my goals, and we'll try to do it quickly. There were 2 popes. I had no idea. That shows my ignorance of Catholicism, even though my wife's family is Catholic. Rhine Valley is warmer than most of Germany. They grow wine. Oh. The centerpiece should be reserved for the Parks DLC. I should reserve an area for a large park. So we saved this for a park. This is probably the best thing. It's a gigantic slope. So I thought that I added in a gravel pedestrian path. If you don't know, in Road Builder, if you go to Manage and Discover Roads, you go under Discover, then you select the pedestrian pathways. People have made gravel pedestrian paths, and they look really, really good. So like I could add these through in this area just for a little bit more interest and activity. And they do look good. Like they look like legit legit gravel ped paths. But I just feel like this isn't going to be super useful for that. So I think this was always temporary. We will make this the park. Look at that. Just took care of two blocks. We'll do something bigger with this. That was stream 4. I don't know what we call that. City Stew for Switch 2, let's go. I mean, the Switch 2 does look very powerful. And I said I wanted to talk about the Switch 2 before we got derailed with talking about how now the pre-order is delayed for the US, which is super awesome. How do you guys all feel about the Switch 2? I'm very curious. You're honestly excited for it, Medora? How do you feel about the pricing? Yeah, pre-orders have been delayed for the US because of the tariffs. It was a cool thing that we learned at the start of the stream. Not very happy about that, but nothing that we can do about it either. $90 for physical games, $30 for games you already. Wait, it's $30 for the upgraded. I didn't realize that. That I thought it was gonna be $20. Wait for the OLED refresh. For what it's worth, you really like the updates, but for the price of the games, it felt a bit weird. So I think I'm gonna be the only person that probably feels this way. I am okay with them charging more for games because Nintendo has consistently shown that their games are complete when you get them. You don't need to worry about, day one updates or, broken promises. I feel like Nintendo is one of the few developers that I would say, okay, if you're telling me that the game is $90 for the physical copy and $80 for the actual copy. We looked it up on stream a while back. Mario 3 at release would have been $130. So games have gotten cheaper for us because of inflation and more expensive to develop at the same time. My fear is that it's gonna lead Ubisoft or Take-Two or Paradox to go, you know what? The new cost of a game is now $80, $90. This is what they cost now. And they're going to deliver an unfinished product and say that's what it costs. And it's really tough to stomach an unfinished product at $50 or $60 or $40. It's mind-boggling to have an unfinished product at $90. That's not okay. GTA was already rumored to be $100. Here's the thing. If you get a game like GTA and you play it for a decade and you paid $100 for it and you get 1,000 hours of enjoyment out of it, like at a certain point, if it cost them, 300 million to develop it, like it all starts, like all of the numbers start to make sense then, but only if the game is awesome. Civ 7. Yeah. Civ 7 being an excellent example. The other thing is Nintendo doesn't release 1,000 DLCs for their games. So like when you get a game from Nintendo, you have I feel like you have a fairly reasonable expectation that the game is going to be complete, full, not looking to nickel and dime you with DLC down the line. And that is worth something. If they start doing lots of DLC, though, that changes the way I feel. You think it cost them $2 billion to develop? I mean, $2 billion to develop a game. Like, that is a mind-blowing number. And if it truly costs them that much, like, I understand why they'd want to charge more for it. Like, as much as I love games to cost $60 forever, I also am a realist. Everything else got more expensive. I don't know why the game wouldn't too. Civ 7 stream player count recently dropped lower than Civ 5. Yeah, the Steam player count. Seriously? Dear God. That is insane to me. That is so crazy. Oh, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, I know that when Nintendo delivers a new Mario, it's going to be a banger. When they deliver a new Zelda, it's going to be awesome. When they that Donkey Kong game, that is the first 3D Donkey Kong game since the N64, it's going to be awesome. I watched some of the game, demos, the footage that was out. Looks amazing. It's going to be a lot of fun. Not every other developer thinks the same way that Nintendo does. Honestly, Matterlord scratched your Civ itch. Matterlord scratched my banished itch. I just need more content. And it seems like the next update is gonna really deliver. I mean, I still play Civ 5. I still dig Civ 5 a lot. And just because a new game comes out doesn't mean you have to abandon the old one. Case in point, Cities 1. Lots of Cities 1 players still, and there will be forever. Like, PC games are $30 in the 90s. Yeah, so, okay. Inflation. So let's say it's 95. It's January 1995. And your $30 PC game is now 63. Okay. That actually is less extreme than I thought. That's 50%. That's still so that means that it's on track. But let's say, so a Switch game. I feel like when the Switch came out, a lot of games were $50. The Switch came out. Is it 15? No, it was 17. 2017, I believe. Okay, they went up too high. Although I believe games at release were $60. So it's not super far off. They're still a little bit too high. Yeah, 2017. How about the system itself? Okay, they've overinflated. I wonder if that's the tariff of it all. I'll be really I'll be interested in that. N64 price launch was 400. Hold on. What was the launch price of the NES back in 80? I'm curious about this. Okay. 179. This is before my time. I'm just curious. Thinking back to Nintendo. $541 was the price of the original NES. Man, I remember everyone had an original NES. My grandparents had one. My uncle had one. All of my uncles. We had one. Doom 1 was 30 to $50. Doom 2 was 40. Sega CD was crazy expensive. That's why it didn't take off. I wanted a Sega CD so bad. Could not convince the parents to do that. I don't know. I don't think that it's crazy far off. And I think it's probably a little bit too much, bluntly. It's probably a little bit too much. But I think it's better to raise the price at the start of the generation than at the end. Like, I don't know if you guys bought the newest Zelda, but that sold. I want to say that was $70. Because when I bought it, I remember looking and be like, why is the game $70 now? Can I post a link to the website? Yeah, the inflation calculator. This is actually a US federal government website. Very, very, very interesting website. They had the right idea for the PS3. So that's what surprises me. And I was telling my wife about this. We were talking about the Switch, and I told her that I was kind of surprised that they didn't just take the console and kind of use it as a loss leader and just like basically take that L on the hardware itself and just say, listen, the game cost is what the game cost is. You're gonna sell a ton of games. If everyone gets the console, they're gonna sell a ton of games. Even if they're $80. Everyone has at least 3. And if you're crazy, you have 20. So I don't understand why they wouldn't just take the L on the hardware and charge whatever they need for the software. And what I really don't understand is charging for the tech demo for their version of Astrobot. That part is just super out of touch. Super out of touch. Is CS2 final where it should have been at launch? No. No. It's close. It's closer by a lot. It's a lot more fun to play now. I've really enjoyed playing it now. Doesn't have asset support. Should have had asset support at launch. It won't be there until it does. Make console loss leader, make up in software. Exactly, the Plankster. That to me is the right approach. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't exactly understand what they're doing. They've clearly got an idea. I think they're wrong. That's how jet engines are funded. So they just take a loss on the. Well, explain that one to me. I'm curious. You're saying that the jet engine itself is the loss leader, but all of the other stuff that goes into the jet makes money? Jet engines are sold at a loss, make up with maintenance plans. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That's crazy. I would have never thought that that's how it's done. But it makes sense. Understand where people are willing to pay. When you already have it, you're going to if you already have a Switch 2 because they charged you $300 for it. then maybe you're okay paying for the game, even if you think it's too expensive. The other thing that I don't understand and that I was a little bit disappointed by, and I don't know if you guys feel the same way. I think it's really cool that they have these enhanced versions of like Breath of the Wild. I just thought that they were going to, shoot. I want to change the roof color, but not the building color. I thought that it was just going to be able to upscale some of your old games natively, and they haven't even fully confirmed that you'll be able to play all your old Switch games. In fact, it sounds like you won't be able to. Nintendo uses its IP to do whatever they want with pricing. I mean, their IP is really good. Like, I feel like that's the, like, Sony doesn't have that kind of IP. Microsoft has bought it, but they give it to everybody. But that's the beauty of Nintendo, is their IP is really good. It's really, really good. We don't have a formally released map editor? No. But at least you can do maps officially. So like all of the assets that are on the store right now, every single one of them is, including decals. Like I think most people don't realize that like decals are not official. They are gonna have problems when everything gets updated. So yeah, everything the map editor's beta, but at least they are officially saying you can use the beta. They're not saying that with the decals and stuff. What do I think about the CS2 delays or launching on consoles? I think it's gonna come. I have no idea when. My speculation that I've told people for a little while is because console is supposed to support assets, I don't think it does them any good to release the console version of the game until asset support is there. And I could be totally off base, but my suspicion, from my understanding, they've said that the reason why they can't release asset support right now is a process called serialization. And my understanding of that is that serialization is literally numbering the assets. So like when you pull up an asset in the game, there is a number associated with that asset. And the serialization part of it is having that number automatically generate. So they've had to go through as they're creating their own process, because that was kind of, you read between the lines of the last update, they are making their own process. They are no longer relying on Unity. Unity promised them a process. It never came to fruition. So they're making their own. So they have to go through and number every single asset in the game, including all of the new ones. Every time they release a content creator pack, it's a new set of numbers. So they are going through and doing all of this and formalizing the system. Why would they release it on console and then have to go through that extra certification process for 2 consoles, maybe 3 by the time the Switch 2 rolls out, when they could just release it one time and have it right? That's what I think is going on. But that is also me speculating wildly. I could be totally wrong. Serialization is just writing to disk. Well, then that's what it is. Catching it live. Thomas, yes, thank you for being here. Well, so that if serialization is just writing to disk, I'm not sure exactly what they're redoing. You think it would have been cheaper, more profitable for CEO just to hire more devs versus a longer development cycle? Potentially. I think with anything though, once you get to a certain point, you're kind of beyond that. And my thought is they're probably just beyond that at this point. Like at one point, yes, hiring more devs would have been the play. But at this point, working with the devs that you know might be faster because they've done all the coding at this point. Onboarding people costs a lot and it takes a long time. Yeah, you have to train devs. Like, it's not just like plug and play. So like there were many projects that I've worked on where it's like, would more manpower be helpful? Yeah, but also like at a certain point, onboarding people takes a lot of time. And now you're actively taking people who could be working on the project and they're training other people. And now that could take 6 months. How much time does Colossal Order actually have to get this right? That's the real question. And I would say that if they weren't showing significant progress, like this last update, in my opinion, was significant progress. If they're not showing that, like they're cooked. They're just cooked. The mythical man-hour problem? Yeah. Okay, serialization, deserialization is basically saving loading between code and readable format. It's much more complicated than it sounds. It has to read data from a disk onto their code. So if they're saying that is their issue, from the sounds of it, that sounds like a pretty major issue. And that's why it's taking so long. It sounds like it is basically everything. You know, like, it's not just like a small thing. It's huge. How do they solve that issue in Cities 1? I don't think they ever had that issue. So the main issue from my understanding is that they worked with Unity, and I mean that's one of the things. Like you have a successful game now Unity is going to talk to you directly and attempt to work with you. So they thought that they had this serialization process coming from Unity in their new version of Unity, and it never came to fruition. So this was a big part of the reason why they couldn't work on why asset support was never made official. And until that's finalized, it really can't be. So yeah, it's a mess. Cities 1 was pretty light until you hit a certain population. Yeah. I think it was a lot simpler of a game too. Like all of the complicated things happening under the hood here, like are legit happening. What in the shoot. I didn't lock these in place and they're just changing. Do you guys think I should just leave it? Or should I fix it? Should I lock these and replace these, or just like let it do this thing? Leave it? Will, I owe you a message. I saw it on my phone. Yes, leave it. Does this feel more authentically German when I just let it do its thing? We'll leave it. Bulldoze everything. Don't renovate. They are changing what I've been doing, but they're in the right place. So maybe I do need to just chill. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe it's a good reminder that I need to calm down and not get too prescriptive about building locations. Things will look a little bit janky and it's going to be just fine. Do I watch TikTok? You guys have just got done telling me that I'm old. And now you're asking me if I watch TikTok. No, I am too old to enjoy TikTok. I feel like every time I try to enjoy TikTok, I just don't. I don't get it. I really want to get it, but I just don't. You avoid TikTok like the plague? I don't avoid it like the plague. I go on there and it all feels like it's just not. I think my big problem is I like that on YouTube, I feel like you get to know a creator. And on TikTok, it feels like you don't. Like TikTok doesn't care about the creator being like a person that you get to understand their perspective and point of view in the world. They care about that dopamine hit. And they want it to come faster and faster and faster and faster, replacing the post office. I hate that one. So their incentive is to get you to to form a connection with the creator. It's to just show you the next video. And the net result of that is I just don't like the platform. It just doesn't it feels very impersonal to me. Very sporadic. Yeah. It also feels like it's appealing to that, like where you're just like, next up, next up, next up, next up, next up, next up, next up. And I don't appreciate that kind of content. I also don't like shorts. Like the way that I use them on YouTube, I think is not the way that YouTube would prefer that I use them. I use them basically as like, I've decided basically on like, I will show you something quickly. Or if it's something that you guys have grabbed from a stream, that's interesting, I'll do that. But outside of that, that's kind of it for me. Need to get those Beast, the Mr. Beast dollars. You can only do that if you sell your soul. Also, children's content, which I think I like that I can talk with you guys. I can keep it respectful so that a kid could watch, but I don't want to cater to kids. Would be a nice park there in this location. I think it's gonna be awesome. We'll have a nice big park. We can continue the sight lines through and then have a whole bunch of stuff. This is all a bunch of random, I don't know what happened here. What I was thinking. I was experimenting. I'm gonna probably fix these couple of blocks off camera, so the next time you watch, it's not whatever that is. So you guys mentioned the quarry, there being an active quarry in Dresden, or a previously activated. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Right next. I got the Knight's helmet. I do have the Knight's helmet. It's not here. It's at my home. Yeah, that is another thing. It's random due to the bombing and the rebuilding. We'll make this better. We'll screen it. Do I know Ashton Hall? I do not. What is Ashton Hall? Is that a place or a person? Beers with CPP. What's the drink of choice? Today it's Tim Hortons. That's also why I'm punchier. Yeah, I'm drinking Timmy's and not a beer. Best traffic manager? I don't even know what that means. Best way to manage traffic? Situational. Ashton Hall does crazy videos. He once flew in the air for 4 whole minutes. I've never heard of Ashton Hall. I feel like I've moved into a pretty boring place in my YouTube habits. I mostly watch, at this point, mostly news and tech content. Outside of that, I try to stay away from Skylines videos because I don't want to take ideas and inspiration from others. I feel like that, like with the size of my channel, it's just not right. There's some that I will watch that comes up. Like there was one of the Skylines creators that I really like is that's been kind of like making really interestingly edited content for a while. Is Mike Builds, but I can watch that because I feel like I can't redo it. And then I also watch creators that like I speak with often, like Biffa and Canadian Moose. Outside of that, yeah. Hi from Milwaukee, getting back into city building after 10 years off. Holy cow. Wasn't excited to give up your SimCity 4 City when Skylines came out, then ended up getting into different stuff around the same time. Trying to figure out CS2. There's a bit of a learning curve there, but once you figure it out, you're going to really enjoy it, I think. That is a big jump, though. Well, greetings and thanks for being here. You love Mike Builds? Mike Builds has an absolutely awesome editing style. It must take forever. I respect stuff like that. So I'll tell you, the creators that I like the most are creators that I feel are doing just like they're doing their own thing. They're off there out in this kind of out in left field, doing their own thing. They're not copying anyone. They're being authentically themselves. That's why I like Picana a lot. I feel like Picana is always constantly doing something that is totally unique, totally new. And Mike Builds is one of those that I feel no one else is making content like Mike Builds. No one else is making content like Picana. No one else. I feel like Few Candy is another one of those. Few Candy is constantly doing stuff that is just only Few Candy's doing it. Oh, Picana, you're in here. I didn't realize that. That's also why I like Will CS. You don't miss a Moose video, Poplar? Nah, me either. Moose is amazing. Just an amazing human being and an excellent content creator and a great streamer too. Steve, hello from Wisconsin. Have I been to La Crosse? I have. My wife went to college in La Crosse. So when we started dating, she took me to, is it Granddad's Bluff? And showed me the city. And I didn't know a lot about La Crosse at that time. And beautiful city. I think if my wife had her way, and I don't just think this, I know this for a fact. If she had her way, there was a job, a planning job in La Crosse that came up, and she was like, "You should apply to it." It was like, man, I don't know anything about La Crosse outside of that. Quick Trip is there, and it's close to Minnesota, and it's beautiful, beautiful city. You're enjoying the lurk. The lurk is the way to go. I like to lurk as well. The Granddad Bluff, amazing views, beautiful city on the bluff. It is a very beautiful city. You guys haven't heard of La Crosse. It's one of those, I feel like one of the great things about Wisconsin is that it has a lot of small towns that are pretty exceptional. And I feel like La Crosse is one of them, a college town. Just a super chill vibe. Moose is a wonderful person. You've had the pleasure of meeting him in person. Me too. So, Poplar, we've not directly met, but I feel like through Moose, we've met. And someday in the future, you never know. That's my hope. I'd like to meet you, Poplar. What? Big YouTube viewer, happy you stumbled upon me on Twitch so you can watch some CS2 while you work. Well, thank you for being here, Ray. I stream. I am primarily a YouTuber, but I stream. I pretty much every week. I try to make sure that I don't miss. And part of that is just I just really enjoy doing it. And I always keep them the streams on YouTube as well. Looks very German so far. You think I have to uglify the city a bit in some parts? I do. I need to bring some decals in, and I think I need to mix industrial better. You know, like we've got this area over here next to a post office and, you know, this quarry over here. Why wouldn't we have a bit of industrial mixed in? Seems like a reasonable choice. Decals, yes. The post office has some nice extensions. Oh, I didn't even think to add them. Oh, and look at how lucky we've gotten with these too. Oh, yeah. Kana, that was That was the sweet stuff right there. It does help. There's a lump here though. There we go. That is really nice. And then a bit of landscaping to separate them. That is very nice. Could have a used car lot asset. You know, it's funny. I don't know if you guys realize this. For the longest time with Find It, we were not supposed to place vehicles, but the new version of Find It allows you to place vehicles. It turns vehicles into props. In fact, TDW was telling me this. So let's say you want to have a smart car dealership. I can now use the eyedropper, clone that car, and now it becomes a prop. And I could easily just, whoa. We don't want variation and spinning. But I could very easily make a used car dealership now that we can do this. And I don't need any specific assets or any specific mods. And because it's TDW, I will trust this all day. So now we can do this. Very, very easy. Very, very, very easy. There are boats that you can find with Find It. No. However, I've been speaking with Harbor Master Jay, and I'm going to be bringing in some of the boat assets. I was nervous about them, but he explained to me that they're all basically combinations of just assets that are already in the game. So it's just a bunch of props and that are already in the game, cobbled together to make a boat. So we'll add some of those in as well. Somebody used Teslas. Well, you know, I was actually talking to my vet, and he mentioned that he has a friend who has a Tesla and just doesn't feel comfortable driving it right now. I feel bad for people who have them, who like feel like that right now. It sucks very, very much. You have to get boats from Sully's. Yes. And Harbor Master Jay said that I can put them on the CPP Discord too. So if I put together a tutorial, I even told him what I'll probably do then is I'll put together a bat file so that it moves it into place for everyone who wants to use it. Because I just don't want to, show you guys something that you can't do for yourself in a fairly easy way. So that'll be my goal. So that's going to be the big thing that holds me back from doing it is when I do it, we're putting together a bat file. We're going to do it all so that it's easy. It's easy for you to install the files. Yeah, Steel, I agree. Regarding Tesla, I think what I hope it makes other companies realize is just don't care to know the politics of people running a business. You know, and that's something that, like, even with this, I feel like being a streamer or a YouTuber, like it's an interesting spot where you have a voice and you can express your opinions. You will turn some people away. So you have to make a conscious decision. Like, am I going to talk about my personal beliefs or not? Some people don't want to hear any of that. But I will tell you, when I purchase a car, I certainly don't want to hear it. And I don't want people to make assumptions about me because of something I bought. When I probably just bought it because I wanted to be utilitarian. I want to be able to take my kid to, piano. Like, I don't want it to be a personal endorsement of a political position. Like, that's crazy. I think that you might be onto something, Pagan Scorpio. It's the full Aaron Rodgers treatment too. Are we talking politics? You're here for it either way. I'm going to try not to. Where did I get this Bucks shirt? My wife got it from the official Bucks shop for my birthday. She got me so much Bucks gear. It's made me feel like I've been letting down the Bucks by not watching as much as I should be. I haven't made it to a game this year either. And if I don't go, this will be the first year, and I don't know how many that I haven't gone to a Bucks game. But it's been a long time since I haven't gone. So Bucks in 6, especially if Dame gets back. I did not expect to hear that Dame could make it back this year. For anyone who doesn't know, Damian Lillard is the Bucks guard, and he has a blood clot in his leg, and that has ended careers. But it sounds like he's doing well. I guess from my perspective, just like as a human, and someone who's not all that different in age to him, I hope he doesn't rush back. Just like he's got a lot of life to live after basketball, a lot, and he's got young kids. This is what happened to Chris Bosh, something very similar. This looks like hot garbage. Looks terrible. Hate it. I don't have Dome's parking lot decals in here, so I can't do anything with them yet. That'll be a future project. I got to bring in Dome's parking lot decals. I got to bring in a bunch of Sully stuff. And I'm not a detailer, but we'll detail specific areas. We'll make it look all right. You have those warehouses fronting the new alley in the middle of the block. That might actually... Well, the problem is, so if I do that, it will give me these big... Maybe that's not so bad. So I was concerned about the gaps. But if I do something... I don't like that one random parking spot that spawns. That's the only thing, like, for me that I don't love. Like, I want them to all be gone. I don't know. It just kind of looks weird. I just feel like I like where they're going, and I don't know that it works. You know what I mean? New Dresden, so we're talking Western Europe? Sure. We took some inspiration from Dresden for this, and we're continuing to try. Do these warehouses work? Like, do they function? Yeah. If you don't have warehouses, it impacts your economy. They have to import things. So at least with this can reduce your transportation costs. And in theory, your warehouses should line up with things that you have. So like, what is this? This is rock. I don't know if I guess we're not storing any rock here, but maybe some of the businesses in this area need convenience food and textiles. So yeah. Hello from Iowa, Jake. Thank you for being here, buddy. Why are there so many people arriving? I don't know that there are. I have not been looking. It looks like we're actually losing people. Not that many. Oh my goodness. I missed a lot of activity. I apologize. Kara, thank you so much for the prime. Rayno Nephew, thank you so much for the prime. Masticon, thank you so much for the prime. Lenny, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the gifted. You gave away 5 of the Respect the Topography. Wait a minute. 5 Respect the Topography cups. Hey, Phil, great to see you. Do you believe video games are overpriced today? No. I think they're actually underpriced. That is the problem. I think that they're actually underpriced. I think that's why we're getting bad quality, which I think makes me a weirdo. But I think that is part of it. Thank you for the dude, Lenny. Thank you for the super chat. Great to see you as well. Thank you for the gifted subs over on YouTube. Don Waldy, thank you for the 15 months of tier 1. N Brown, thank you for the 9 months. Raymar, thank you for the prime. Box Cutter, thank you for the prime. Rink Ratman, I got you before. Rink Rat, Minnesota, thank you again though. Gary, thank you for the get 5 subs. You guys are insane. I appreciate you guys. Seriously. Fuel and game prices don't really reflect inflation, but they're the two biggest things that we complain about. I think you're right about that. Yeah, I think that is like, you feel those though, because you ideally get to purchase them often. So that's probably what it is. Yeah, this whole deal, I think you're right. It needs to face this internal alleyway. What I think actually needs to happen, this plus this and maybe we even like combine a couple of these. And then we use some decals. Why can I not select? So yeah, I want to, this is basically what I want to do. I'm going to grab these. And then behind them, I'll add parking, and in between, I'll also add parking. But I can't do it without Dome's parking lot assets. If you missed it from my video where I went over the creation of the main street, I screwed up. I didn't realize this until Tygon actually told me. Without Dome's parking lot assets, the cars get trapped there if you just place a decal. So they will go there and they'll never leave. So that's less than ideal. But yeah, this is a good starting point. And then we can add you know, probably some of Sully's dirt and things of that nature through here. We'll do a lot. We'll make it look a lot better. It's wild that we have such varying quality in games for the standard 60 to 70 price, $70 price tag. I agree. So one other thought on that is, you know, indie games, the amount that they're making is a direct reflection of the cost of a AAA. And, you know, a game that I've been following, I don't know if I would recommend it for purchasing myself. Flycorp. I really like Flycorp. I don't know if it's early access. I think it is, but they're releasing DLC, and their DLC was $6. But I don't know. I look at this, and it's a game that's not very complicated, but I've gotten a lot of enjoyment out of it. You can see that I've played it for 24-ish hours at this point, a full day. The reason I say I'm not sure that I would recommend it is I don't like selling DLCs in early access, and the performance tanks, and it's such a simple game. But if this were like in a really good spot and they were able to charge more and recoup what they have, I mean, that would make sense to me. I don't know. It is a neat game. So it starts you out in Germany, and you basically, maybe you'll play it on stream at some point. It's like new cities come up and they want to be connected, and there are a number of flights. You have to make enough money to buy connections to new countries, and you can basically go all the way around the world. They just released the American Dream DLC where you can do it in the US, and you get to focus on the states instead of the cities in the US, which is pretty neat. It starts you out in Kentucky, and then you get to build out from there. Railroad Tycoon with plans, kind of. And so I'm not even sure if they're considering themselves early access at this point. but it feels early access to me because of the performance. Maybe it's not. Yeah, I don't think. I guess it's not. It doesn't say that it's early access. But like, I've had it where I'm really deep into the game, and then my performance just tanks. So yeah, it's a 1.0, but it isn't. It's performance issues. That's the main issue. But it's a lot of fun. I mean, I will tell you, I've played. This is the game that, like, when I'm watching a YouTube video that I can listen to, I'll play this game, and it's a ton of fun. I did give it a thumbs up back in 2021. So there we go. Flycorp. It's on promotion too. $10.50. You could do worse. Greetings from Eastern Germany. Hello. Is it Steam Deck friendly? I don't know. It is on Mac. I didn't realize that. I wouldn't think it is because of the way it controls. Where's the Steam Deck certification? Is it on here somewhere? You'd think it would be just jumping out. Oh, you checked it's playable? So the reason why I would say that I don't know that it's a great experience. Oh yeah, here it is. It's playable. You have to basically, so you select the city and you have to drag it to the other city to make a connection. And if you don't have the ability to do that, I mean, you could on the screen, it just wouldn't be very precise. Yeah, I don't know how it would work. I don't think it'd be fun. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. The game is a lot of fun. iPhone, iOS. It looks like a phone game. It does. I won't lie about that. It does look like a phone game. You have the invisible parking lot roads already. I could put those in between. That is an interesting thought. Where are those? I never use those. Thing is, I just don't have as much control with these. But that would work. You're right. This will be our temporary solution. Oh, those aren't invisible though. Like those are. Yeah, that's our very temporary solution. I guess I could cover that with a surface that would allow me to, but yeah, not exactly what I was hoping for. Oh, it is available on iPhone. I didn't realize that. What mods do I use? I have a lot in this one, but this is really my core Verde Beach mod list. Or not, sorry, Segunda Beach mod list with all the region packs and DLC. So it's not as intense as Magnolia County, but a lot still. The road is invisible. Yeah, the road's invisible. The parking lots are not. The parking spots are not. Because there's no parking in the city, everyone wants to come here and park too, which is amazing. Love watching me play CS2. You've had it since release. Building for an hour and then scraping it, not happy with it. You guess I'll just stick to my videos and streams. Don't do that. I think it's the hardest thing. And I will tell you, it's easy to build and then not be happy. I mentioned this in the last video. At the end of it, I feel like there is a spot. It's really fun to build a small town, and then it's really fun to build in a big city. But then you get to a spot like where we're at right now, like that spot in between where we're at like 13,000 population. I don't really have a full vision for what's going on yet. I feel like this is the hardest spot in a city builder. When like the terrain isn't fully guiding your choices. Your city's not fully guiding your choices. You're not redeveloping. You're not infilling. You're just kind of trying to figure out what this city is. That is the hard part. But once you get beyond that, once you get just a step beyond this, I think it happens at like 30,000 population for me most of the time. The game like it just like opens up. Things like I feel like I can be much more creative. I feel like things start to jive. When things are broken, they feel like they're broken for a reason. So just like, yeah, you feel like you're not trusting the process when you're building. Truthfully, it's probably it. Like, just don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't look at anything as permanent or perfect. Like, nothing in this build right here is permanent. I don't care how much time I've spent on something. I'm okay deleting it and starting fresh or adding to it or iterating from it. And as long as you're willing to do that, I think that just keep trying. It'll get better. At that point, it's time to build something cool, then build around it. Exactly. That's what gives a build character. Like being able to build around that cool thing or change or modify or make adjustments. I'm always impressed with the people that can just like think of that thing right away. Like they're just like, I'm gonna build that cool thing. For me to get to that, I have to have something built already. And at Segunda Beach, even for instance, one of the things like I wanted to build the downtown so I could rip it down and redo it. So yeah, it's tough. You think it's a really good point that nothing you build is forever and it can always change? Well, exactly. Well, the other thing is, if you think about your favorite city, the downtown didn't just like spring up overnight. It was iterated upon. This is the 1,000th iteration of it. And the form it has right now is because of 1,000 little decisions that have happened over 100 and whatever, 1,000 years, depending on where you're at. So yeah. From, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Freak, thank you for the 16 months of tier 1. Avon, thank you so much for 9 months of Prime. Loving your content as always. Any tips on raising tax revenue in CS2? Start a new city and you feel like you can't break through without cranking up taxes. Yes. Build only what you need. Don't build any more than that. Export if you have extra. And build. You got to get to like 10,000 population before your budget starts to stabilize. For better, for worse. So you're going to end up building a lot of stuff quickly. And then you got to slow down and redo what you did. That could have been the whole ultimate beginner's guide right there. Take your time, but also go fast in the beginning. Crazy Mage, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, buddy. You guys are way too generous to me. Like you don't have to be. I'm just happy to hang out. So thank you so much for that, Crazy Mage. Thank you for the long time support. Seriously. And From, again, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm sorry I got to that so late. Have fun playing. With new missed it. From an outsider's perspective, you still feel. Oh, it's not for me. That's a good point. There are currently many regulations produced to save people jobs from AI. Riley, that's the first message that's been that I've read that's directed at me. So I'm gonna do it. We'll pay off that loan. And honestly, I think that is a good spot. That leaves us in a good spot. I feel like we didn't build a lot today, but we built enough. We could balance the budget. We built a bridge. We made decisions about the next one. And those are all things. And off camera, I replaced every single road. I don't know if I really fully articulated that, but every single road has been changed today, which I think is a good place to be in. You keep getting an error message when you start up CS2 saying it has something to do with Move It. I'm getting an error message every single time too. I don't think that it's Move It. I get 2 error messages. I get one that I don't understand what it is, and the second one is an issue syncing with Steam Cloud. And both of those I can't get rid of, and I don't know what to do. Don't worry, Phil. We don't forget about you. Still watching and enjoying every second of the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you. We appreciate that. It's slowly getting better on that front. Oh, Medora, you're talking about art jobs. And you do work with me. We have to... We have more work to do. We have more work to do. There are some things that we got to work on. It's been a minute. Well, guys, on the getting stuff done front, I really want to release Magnolia County. So I'm going to probably end the stream in just a second. Hold on, what happened to the new Foundation videos? Foundation will be next Thursday, ideally. We'll see. We'll have to see. I basically, well, I have a question. Should I bring mods into it, do you think? Mr. Goatmeal? Or should I just keep doing it? Sean, how was the gym? Gary, you're gonna take a nap, so you could be up for for F1 Japan. Have a good nap. That's so far, but you'll be okay. You'll be patient. I appreciate that. I've had a lot of inspiration, and I've been really enjoying CS2. Just like, not to say that I haven't enjoyed it before, but I've really been enjoying it as of late. And it's made me want to make more CS2 videos. Like, I've been really feeling good about it. Feeling really happy making the videos. Do it. The mods you have for Foundation have not impressed you so far? Well, it's tough. It's tough to just create a modding scene out of fresh air. You really do like this build? Thanks, EPP. Appreciate that. No Phil stream at the gym. It sucked. Oh, well, it's on Rewind. Now you can catch up. You love the CS2 videos too. It's been really good. I felt creatively very good about it recently. I'm gonna save this and I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna be doing from here on out. So basically, I now have I think I've always had this option, but I didn't know what I was doing. If I go under map options and then I share this save, I've never selected this option. And I was uploading a save and I was like, oh wait, updating a previously shared asset. So you mean I could find New Dresden 4 and upload it here and then just call this New Dresden. And this could be version 5 for stream 5. Updated for stream 5. And then I will put up a thumbnail that says like official save for this. So I'm going to be doing this with 100% of my saves. So this isn't just New Dresden. I'm going to be doing this for Magnolia County. I did it for Segunda Beach. It's a good way for me to maintain versions. And I think it's a good way for you guys to be able to see them. And I'll be able to get rid of all of the clutter on my page. So definitely go check it out. And if you're subscribed, you'll just keep getting the new version too. So I think it'll be cool. Do I think the network multi-tool will come out for CS2? Maybe eventually, I would assume. Maybe, well, I assume someone's interested. I don't know how difficult it'll be to make. And I don't know if it's at the front burner. But yeah. The turtle, it is the end. I apologize. I'll hang out. We'll hang out and chat for just a second while we'll take in the sights and sounds of a place that look. See if we can find a street that looks complete. That looks done. Ish. Is there a spawn point mod for CS2? Not that I know of. I mean, for a traffic spawner? No Geoguesser Part 2. The Zay game. Thank you so much for the 10 months of tier 1. It's the Teddy. Thank you for the prime. To stop the lower cloud error, I have to leave Steam running after I close CS2 long enough for it to fully update the cloud sync. If I launch directly from Skive, it seems to skip the upload. I exclusively launch from Skive, so that makes a ton of sense. Oh, for garbage pickups and delivery stuff. You mean like, oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the, we had like service blocks. No, they don't exist yet. Because I've missed those as well. Like being able to make your own mixed use building or have services coming from compressed locations. Not yet. Not yet. I wish. What do I think of the town of Barcelos, Portugal? I've never heard of it. We should have it won't be today, but soon we should just have another one where another stream where we just take 30 minutes and look around. How do we crowdfund a TMPE mod? Traffic is TMPE. It's just not doing all the TMPE stuff yet. Until next time, keep it between the ditches. Thanks, Riley. Have a good one. You're talking about building spawn points, being able to move. Oh, you're talking about Bob. I totally forgot about Bob. I don't know. I would love to see that. What I would love to see, one of the things that bothers me more than anything else, and this, I don't know if it's you guys feel the same way. The buildings have a point that needs to be on the road that doesn't always make sense. And I notice it the most with some of the extraction buildings. So like you'll place a farm. And like when you look at the asset, it seems like the road should connect here, but the connection point's actually right here. So this one's not bad, but some of these extractors, the entry point will be off to the side and you can't make it connect. And it looks really bad. So I would love to have Bob as well to be able to move that, but I don't even think that worked in the original. So yeah, I think they're talking about Bob, and I think I would love to have that too. Not just for the spawn points, but also to move that point. Or building spawn point mod. I don't know what that is. I don't know if I've ever used that. You hope there'll be an agriculture DLC? So I haven't used the new content creator pack for Cities 1, but I hear it really works well in rural areas. And I hope that my hope is that they bring something like that to CS2. I 100% used it in Clearwater County. I used Bob in Clearwater County. I used Bob in Nicolay Bay too, I think. I had to get the island to work. I used Bob to move the spawn point. Yeah. Bob was a must-have. I totally forgot about it. So it's how long it's been since I played CS1 that I forgot how useful some of the mods were. Network, multi-tool, and Bob were always in my mods lists, and I couldn't think of it. When stream where I look at things? What I said next week will be a daytime stream. We'll do it then. We'll take a Geoguesser break, and we'll take a break for that. I think it'll be fun. But until then, I think today we're gonna leave it here. So we're gonna say goodbye to YouTube first. Twitch, please don't leave. We're gonna raid somebody. And I don't know who's on, but for everyone, I think I know where we're going. We're heading over to Canadian. Canadian is playing CS2, and we'll even play Canadian's special track, the Mayor of Janktown. And Canadian is in Janktown, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. So yes, anyone on YouTube, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. You guys are awesome. New video coming this weekend, hopefully. We'll see if I get it done. I gotta work on the intro right now. It's all I did the voiceover, but I gotta get the B-roll. So thank you so much. Goodbye. You're going on Twitch, Alan. See you over here. We did Geoguesser mid. Yeah, we do during the day. We'll do it in the middle. So we'll see you at YouTube. Bye bye. Stay here, Twitch. Don't leave. Don't leave. And we'll go rate.